Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Case by Case. I see a bunch of you are still popping in here. Um, I would like to say right now, for anybody that's watching, we are asking tonight for a lot of your help. And as you guys know, based on the description of this video, this is an Indiana case that has gone unsolved now since 2016. We are going to have on some family tonight to discuss this case. If you are going to be listening on the replay, please hit that like and subscribe button. And as always, my comments are on. So feel free to leave comments after the live and ask any questions. We will always get back to you. Along the bottom of the screen tonight, there's information in regards to who you can contact if you have any information about this case that we are going to be talking tonight in depth. This is going to be a long live. Like most Indiana cases, this case has tentacles. We will get in later on tonight the connections that I have on the case that I cover, how I was brought into this case and got involved. And I wanted to take the opportunity with the platform to allow the family to come on. We'll discuss the case. We're going to go in depth in all the information that is available to date. And hopefully you guys will join in. Maybe somebody out there watching knows something. If you know something, say something. Don't hesitate to reach out. And with that being said, hit that like button and subscribe. And we are going to get right into this.
Man was reported missing. Witnesses are now coming forward with new information about the day 47-year-old David Kallenberger was last seen. News 18's Alexis Moberger joins us now with an update on the investigation. Alexis?
Jeff, state troopers last saw him on I-65 near Edinburgh when his motorcycle broke down on his way to visit his sister. Kallenberger told the trooper help was on the way. Troopers returned 8 hours later and found Kallenberger's motorcycle, but no sign of him. Since he went missing, police have followed up on 165 different leads.
That's the last day I seen him. Never seen him no more.
Dean Sloan was one of the last people to see David Kallenberger after he went missing nearly 6 months ago.
But he was wringing with a sweat.
Kallenberger's motorcycle broke down near Edinburgh on I-65 March 15th. Sergeant Jerry Holman says Kallenberger was near the mile marker for several hours. He broke down, then was seen on both sides of the interstate.
Sickle sat there for about 2 to 3 days.
Kallenberger broke down about a half mile up the road from where we are now. And neighbors say he pushed his bike up to this area, then went to neighbors, asked to borrow a phone, and even left his helmet at one of the houses.
He was wanting to call someone. He didn't say no one was coming.
Detectives say Kallenberger had a history of drug use.
He was so sweaty and hot and weird acting.
Investigators have followed up on 165 leads since the investigation started and have interviewed more than 30 people. An Edinburgh tow truck driver who didn't want to be interviewed on camera remembers seeing a woman pick up Kallenberger in a maroon Pontiac the night he vanished.
He said he saw my brother standing there talking to a woman in this car.
According to Holman, the car is registered in both Kallenberger's and his wife Valerie Kallenberger's names.
There's just so much that points to it being my sister-in-law.
You know, there are some suspicions that she may know a little more information than what she's given.
We tried calling Valerie Kallenberger for an interview.
The person you are trying to reach is not accepting calls at this time.
Police have been sweeping the area, combing fields where Kallenberger was last seen for any clues.
They had flyers that they put out theirs when they were here.
Expecting the worst, hoping for the best.
But as police continue to investigate, a broken family hopes for the best. David Kallenberger's sister, Kimberly Hansen, is now offering a $1,000 reward for any information that leads to his whereabouts. Kallenberger is described as 5'10", weighing 176 pounds, with a shaved head and several tattoos. Alexis Moberger, News 18.
All right, Alex.
So before we continue and before I bring David's sister onto the screen, I want to say hello to everybody in the chat. Welcome, Eric Kallenberger. I want to say I'm sorry for the situation that you're in with your dad. Um, but guys, for those of you who are watching, I can see the numbers are going up. If you're from Indiana or you're familiar with this case or you're not familiar with this case, you might want to grab a pen and paper because we're going to be dropping a lot of names tonight and a lot of information. And I feel that somebody out there knows something. And for Kim's sake, who has done a hell of a job on her own, looking into her brother's case, she really needs your help. And I'm going to bring her on now. So please say hello to Kim.
Hi.
Hi, Kim. We have a lot of people joining the chat tonight. Good evening, Under Your Scars. Good evening, Kevin Hinton. Good evening, Shadow. Hi, Toby.
I can't
Hi,
see.
Eric. If you check on your phone,
Okay.
it should be right underneath the video. You can see the chat, and you can take your time and take a minute to look.
Okay.
So for the video, you can see
Let me turn the volume down.
and you can take your time and take. So hi CJK. So
Okay.
guys, this case begins in Indiana from March, I believe it's March 15th, 2016.
Yeah.
Exactly one year before the Delphi murders. As you can see, Detective Holman was on this case. David uh, is at the time was living in Lafayette, but he had lived in Delphi, and him and his wife were having problems back at this time. And Kim is going to go into great detail tonight about what was transpiring around that week and that night that David went missing. So, Kim, whenever you're ready, I will go ahead. We have a nice presentation to present to you guys tonight to kind of help keep us in line and help us follow along the storyline. So, Kim, did you find the chat?
No, it's not coming up.
Not even underneath the video?
No, not for me anyway.
Okay. Well, I will continue to pop up everything that goes on in the chat. So see right there.
Now I see it. Hi, everybody.
Yeah, thanks for joining us tonight. And I'm pretty sure that you're gonna be kind of shocked at a case like this being in the cold case status that it's in right now with all the information that's available. So on the screen, we have a picture of David Kallenberger. This is Kim's brother. You want to tell us a little bit about him?
He was, just a good guy. He helped others. He worked for the union. His son works for the same union that he was in, and he's a Mason, and I believe that's what my brother was as well. He had been in several motorcycle accidents. Let me get back to who he really was. He had 3 kids. He had a son and 2 daughters. He loved his kids to death. He was married to Valerie Kallenberger. They'd been married about 10 years, I believe, when he disappeared. He was given up for adoption when he was a baby. He was 9 months old when his mom adopted him from my mother. They were friends, and Ada and Leo didn't have any kids, and my mom couldn't take care of him, and so she gave him up to them to raise. And we were part of his life until he was about 3-4 years old. And then we moved to Idaho, and they moved, I guess, probably about a year later. Leo passed away, and from a brain tumor. And then Ada moved to Texas with David, and they were there for several years. I know that he was extremely close to his mother, and that was his one thing when he decided to leave Indiana. He just was worried that he'd never see his mom again. And that was just the kind of person that he was. He loved his family dearly. David told me, though, that he never really felt like he was a part of his grandmother's family or I don't think he stayed in touch with Leo's, his dad's side of the family at all. I could be wrong about that. I just, I didn't get that much time with him before all this happened. I found Valerie first, and she reached out to me because she saw a post, or I think maybe I sent her a message because I was looking for him. And I found her and I asked her if she was married to my brother, and she told me she was. And she told me about how they had a daughter together, and that they had lost custody of her. And David was extremely, extremely distressed over that happening. I tried what I could to see if I could take Bailey, but there was nothing I could do. She had already been adopted out. I know that David did what he could to try to get her back, but Valerie tested dirty on every drug test that she took. And finally the state just said, we're going to put her up for adoption. You've lost all your rights. And this happened before I found them. So anyway, in January, I flew up there to visit them. I was there for a week. I got to spend 3 days with them. They came down to my sister's place down in Salisbury. And Valerie wouldn't let David out of her sight hardly at all. Like, he couldn't take a shower or go to the bathroom without her being there with him. And I found it very odd that she was so, it was like she was afraid he was going to do something and she might miss it. And then I went to the store one day while they were there, and he went with me, and it was great to just get away from Eric saying that he did stay in touch with the Kallenbergers. So I don't know.
Can I say something really quick? I'm just about the research that we've done on Valerie. As far as, because I know that it's not, I know it's not in the presentation here, but Valerie's got kind of a really bad problem with lying. And that's something that if you go through if you research in depth, and Shadow is in the chat as well. And Shadow has worked with, actually Shadow's done a lot on this case.
Right.
Since it was brought to
everything.
She's done a lot. And so we do know that Valerie had a twin sister. Mm-hmm. And there's a discrepancy on, we know that David met Valerie when Valerie was in prison.
Correct.
However, what Valerie has told certain people she was in prison for and what we can find on her, it kind of varies. So I know that in Indiana, she got a 5-year sentence for perjury. However, another story that she had told was that she had done prison time in Chicago for murder. So I just want to kind of throw out there before we get into in depth in this case about Valerie, there's a lot of dark secrets there with her that, she's got 4 Facebook accounts, and she has a lot of bad drug problems. Well, I'm going to say she did. And let's just put it out there right now. Valerie has since passed away.
Yes.
So we are left with working the angles of this case without her.
Right.
Not that she was helping anyone on the case.
Not at all.
But I just, so go ahead, Kim. I just wanted to put that out there so everyone was aware of why you might say some of the things about Valerie that you might say.
Right. So yeah, I kind of lost my train of thought there, but so I went to town with David by myself, and I says, okay, I seen that David stayed at Rick's the night before he headed to his sister's because Valerie poisoned him. It was not, he did not stay at Rick's. He stayed at the neighbors upstairs, Jonte and Luke's house. But anyway, getting back to us going to the store together, that was when he spilled the beans to me about what was going on. He told me that he believed that Valerie had someone following him, that she was planning his murder. And he wanted to get a new phone, one that only he knew about. He did not want her to know about the phone. He turned around and changed his mind. But he was very clear that, you know, he thought he was being followed, and he thought that she was trying to have him killed. Now, when I left Indiana, when I went to get on the plane, David cried and hugged me and told me that he was coming to Florida, that he was going to come down here and start a new life. He wanted to get away from all the nonsense that had been going on up there. He wasn't doing the drugs that Valerie was doing. Let me make that clear. David was on pain medication for his leg. And for, you know, he had hurt his back. The poor guy had about died in a couple of the motorcycle accidents he was in. He was lucky to be alive, but he had a lot of pain. So he was taking pain medication, and he carried his medication in a pill safe because Valerie would steal his medication. And this was a point of contention between him and her quite often, that, you know, she was taking his medication and then he would run out and not have enough to make it through till he could get his next prescription filled. She was selling them. She was taking them and she was selling them. So.
But he loved her though, yes?
Oh, he loved her dearly. And I mean, he was mad about her. And it was a very hard decision for him to leave her. He and I had discussions about this, you know, about how he didn't know how he would make it without her. And it wasn't that he was dependent on her. It was I don't even know how to describe it. It was a toxic love that he had for her. It was, I feel like I can't breathe if I'm not with her type of love.
So when did he ultimately make the decision that he was going to come down to Florida and
he made the
start a new
decision
life?
before I left? He and I and she had all talked about them coming to Florida. They wanted to get away. That was the plan.
Oh, so they had planned on coming together.
Yes. And that was when he told me, you know, the only reason he had any hesitation about coming, he said, the only thing I hate about leaving is I don't want to leave my mom. I'm afraid I'll never see her again.
Okay, so let's talk about David's mother at one point lived with them, correct?
Yes. She lived with them for a lot of years, as far as I know. And Eric could give more information about that, honestly, than I could. No, Eric is not Valerie is not Eric's mother. Eric's mother was David's first wife. And I can't remember her name. I think it might have been Ashley or something. I don't know. He was very young, and they had Eric, and they weren't married for very long, maybe a year, maybe two. But anyway, yes, Shadow, that's correct. She had a son with her ex-husband, and she just walked away from him when he was like 5 years old. And then here's the real kicker about that. She told, this is pointing to how deceptive she is. She told H, and I'm not going to say her name, but she told H that this child died, that he drowned when he was 5 years old, and that's why she didn't have her son with her, which blew my mind. How dare you say something like that about your child? It just blows my mind. I can't even fathom it.
Right.
Anyway, so
There was
here's the
there
thing.
was a point in time where David's mom felt that maybe Valerie was doing some things to her.
Yes. Ada moved out because she thought, okay, Eric's mother's name is Paula. So Ada moved out and moved in with her niece because she believed that Valerie was poisoning her. She would eat something that Valerie would make and she would get deathly sick. And
So
so she got out of that situation. And not only that, but she was very verbally abusive to Ada. I don't know if she was ever physically abusive to her, but I know she was verbally abusive to her. She was verbally abusive to everybody. The whole time that they were at my sister's, she would fight with David. My sister had to get up in the middle of the night one night. She came in there and she said, "Kim, you got to go in there and tell them to stop because they were fighting." And she woke me up. I didn't hear it. So I got up and I listened at the door and I didn't hear anything. So by the time she said something to me, they must have heard her and they stopped. But, she would hide his phone from him. He took his pill safe off and it disappeared while they were at my sister's. And it was just ridiculous the way that things were between them. He did not
so
trust her, and she did not trust him.
so what was do you know what the falling out was about that led David to say, "I'm done. I'm coming to Florida without
He
her,"
wanted her to stop doing drugs.
and she just wouldn't?
He wanted to come to Florida and leave that life behind.
Hmm. But I mean,
And she
what
wasn't
was what was the what so the night before, when he
no,
ended
they
up
got
saying,
into some kind of an argument that morning, the morning
okay,
before he left. They got into some kind of an argument. And it was probably about her wanting to go get drugs. Because that's what they usually argued about.
okay,
She probably asked him for money for drugs, and he said, "No, I'm not giving it to you." And so they probably fought, or maybe she found his pills. I don't know, but that was usually what they fought over was either alcohol or her drug use. They both
okay,
drank. David was no saint. He was just a nice guy, but he
right.
wasn't a saint. And so she
Didn't she leave the house that day?
yes, she left that morning. And according to what I've been able to discern, she went to her friend's house, Brian Phillips and Rhonda Head. And she supposedly stayed there that day and that night.
Okay, so really quick, so just for those, there's quite a few people here watching. Make sure you hit that like button. Um, but for those of you who just heard those two names, Brian Phillips and Rhonda Head. Brian Phillips, at one point in time, worked for Indiana Packers. He's someone who could possibly be very closely connected to this case, among others. So if anyone out there listening tonight on the replay, if you know anything, if you've ever had a conversation or interactions with the Brian Phillips, that you think might trigger a memory in regards to this case, I just wanted to kind of make a bulletin point really quick, as we go along. So go ahead, Kim.
All right. So David was there by himself all day. He's drinking his 2-liter bottles of root beer, and he starts getting really sick. And now this is what I was told by, well, let me back up. He called me the next day and told me that he was leaving. Could he come here? And I said, absolutely. I didn't ask any questions, but he told me, he says, that bee poisoned my root beer and I've been throwing up all night, sick as a dog. And if you notice, in that clip that you played from Dean Sloan, that was in the news.
The news clip, yeah.
Yeah, that was Dean Sloan, the neighbor that was just literally down off the highway right behind where David's bike broke down, or where he was stopped anyway. But he had mentioned how he was sweating really bad. Well, he had been doing that all night long, and like profusely. Luke and Jonte, Luke stayed up all night with my brother. He went down to talk to him that night, and David was very, very sick, and so he talked him into going upstairs to his apartment so that he could keep an eye on him. And David was so sick that he was throwing up so bad, he filled up one of those giant coolers that they fill with ice at the football games. He filled that up with vomit. That's how bad he was. That's how sick he was. And at one point, Luke said that he would like to take David to the hospital, and David didn't want to go to the hospital. He just wanted to be able to get out of there. And he knew if he went to the hospital, he was going to be there for a few days. He did not want to be a sitting duck. So David calls me the next day and tells me all this. And he says, I got to get out of here because if I don't leave today, I'm going to wind up dead. Those are his words, not mine. And so I'm like, okay, come on. I was leaving like the next day to go to Virginia. I was going actually to take my grandkids up to see my son up there. He was stationed up there in the Navy. And so I just told him, I said, just come on down. My husband's here. It's not a problem for you to be here. I'll see you when I get back. So he called me a little later in the day. Well, let me back up. He was so sick that he crawled up the steps to get into Jonte and Luke's house. And they said he barely made it to the couch. They said he was pouring sweat, like his whole body was crying. Luke said he'd never seen anything like it. And he kept checking on him all night to make sure he was breathing. He said he said he looked gray. And that he was throwing up was gray, which the only thing that I know of that he had in his system, the only thing he told me about was the root beer. So I don't know what he had to eat that day or anything, but I've never seen anybody puke gray. And I've never, I have seen one person look gray, and that was my mother a month before she died. Or I'm sorry, a month before she was diagnosed with her cancer, that her cancer had come back. She looked gray to me. So I have seen somebody look that way, but she's the only one other than him. And I didn't see him look that way, but I digress. So the next thing I knew, I was in Virginia, and it was the 25th, and I saw a text message, a Facebook message saying that Valerie was wanting people to get a hold of her because she hadn't heard from her husband since the 15th. This was the 25th. And I said, what do you mean you haven't heard from him? And she says, he went fishing and he never came back. Well, I knew that was a lie.
She said he went fishing.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then she proceeded to tell me that he took all of his camping gear with him.
On his motorcycle.
Right. A tent, backpack, all that good stuff, sleeping bag,
right.
And
so
she was selling all this stuff a couple weeks later, literally selling his camping gear.
Mm.
Neighbor told me about it. His daughter Ashley told me about it. So,
Well, backing up a little bit, that day that he left,
mhm,
so do you wanna let's talk about Biker Bill. Biker Bill is somebody who had done some work on David's motorcycle
yes,
prior to this day. He had apparently worked on the clutch of the motorcycle.
yes,
So, David actually broke down on the I believe he was heading southbound on 65,
correct.
around mile marker, it's
85.
like 80, 84, 85, right in between. I believe he had just passed, the way that I was able to look it up, he had just passed Franklin
Yep,
and was in between Franklin and Edinburgh, in Indiana. And he broke down on the side of the road there. And there were quite a few people who interacted with him at that time. So, do you want to talk about that particular day as
yeah,
far as when he broke down? Now this was on the 15th of March,
correct.
and so
2016.
so as far as Kim knew, after the little communication that she had with David at that time, she had assumed all was well, that he had eventually gotten his bike, he had been picked up, the bike had been moved, and
Correct,
he was going to take care of that, and then more than likely wait until she got back from her trip to reach back out to head down. So
correct.
in Kim's, there wasn't alarm bells going off at the moment with
Not at
Kim.
all.
So
Only thing that bothered me, well, and I didn't even know about this until later. So I'll get to that. I did try to call him, but I didn't get I didn't get an answer, and I don't know if his phone died or what happened, but um, I didn't think anything of it that day. He had called me later that day and told me that he had broken down, and he wanted me to call Biker Bill for him.
and for those of you listening, Biker Bill um apparently is someone who does mechanical work out of his home. He's not a mechanic as in he owns a shop or works in a shop. But his real name is Bill Muse, Muse.
Yes, that's correct. So he gave me his number and asked me to call him. He said his phone was getting ready to run out of power, and he didn't have his phone charger with him. And that's right, he loved that bike. There was no way he was just going to go off and leave it. Um, anyway, I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry. Oh,
He wanted you to call Biker Bill.
so I made several attempts to call him. I left several messages on his phone asking him to go pick up my brother and telling him where he was. That he was on 65 at mile marker 85, and he was in the southbound lane. I never got a response from him. I gave him my phone number. He didn't ever call me back. And so I did get a call from David in the afternoon saying he was broken down. And then he told me that he would call me back, that he would call me later. And I figured, that this Biker Bill went and picked him up and took him home. And once he got his bike ready and he got ready to get on the road again, he would give me a call. Or maybe he would just show up, you know. I didn't think anything of it. Even though he had told me all this stuff about Valerie, I just kind of chalked it up to, well, maybe there is something to it, but maybe he's just imagining it, maybe he's just mad at her, and I didn't know what to think. But it really didn't bother me that day thinking about that, even though he said that she tried to poison him. I thought, well, if she's trying to have someone knock him off, why would she poison him? So anyways, jumping ahead to the 25th of March, I see this post from her and I'm like, what do you mean you haven't heard from him? He didn't come home? What happened? If you haven't talked to him and you haven't heard from him and he's been gone all this time, you need to call the police and file a missing persons report. So she and I went back and forth, and I called her and I kept trying to get her to go to the police, and she kept telling me that um, she didn't have the gas to go, and it was too far to walk, and she had tried to get people to take her, but she couldn't get anybody to come pick her up and take her. And I said, well, just call them and they'll come to you. And see, I didn't know what was going on at the time. So but now I know what was going on, the reason that she didn't go to the police. She had all these people in her house. They were partying it up, while my brother's missing. Why she finally decided to say something, I don't know.
Well, it's probably because, well, enough. I mean, if there's no doubt that she was involved, but she probably
Right.
felt that she had put enough distance between his disappearance and her being able to cover the tracks, or those that were involved cover the tracks. That she finally felt like or maybe somebody had came knocking. Maybe somebody around the area who knew David had said, I haven't seen him.
Yeah,
You
I think it
know,
was Ashley, his daughter, because I spoke to H and she said that Ashley spent the night there one night, right after she met
H.
Valerie. H had
Okay,
met
yeah.
Valerie, and a week later, she moved in there. Valerie asked her to come live there, and she was going to give H her car, the car that was seen down there.
Okay, so yeah, we need to back. So when
Yeah.
David went missing and was parked on, his bike was on the side of the road. He
Mhm.
had let's pop in over here so we don't forget we
Let me
don't
get
leave anything
the
out.
phone call. So I flew home. I believe it was the 26th, and it was a Sunday, and I restarted my phone. My phone was acting up, and so I pulled the battery out of it. I had an old it wasn't an iPhone, it was just a regular cell phone. I can't think now what they're called, but anyway, it was just a cheapo depot phone, and so I pulled the battery out of it, and then I put the battery back in it, turned it on, and when I did, there was a message from David. And it basically stated that he was still on the side of the road, and that he was sorry that he didn't think he was going to get to make it to Florida, because he knew that Valerie had set him up, and that he was sorry and that he loved me. And then he said, oh my God, Kim, there's a truck backing up. I got to go. I'll call you back. That was the message. And I was like, what? So at that point, I called the police the next day. When that was Sunday. On Monday morning, I started calling the police. I called the Franklin police first and asked them about it and tried to report it. And then I called. They told me I had to call the Lafayette police because he was from Lafayette. So I'm like, okay. I call them. They're like, nope. You got to talk to the state police. They're the ones that would be handling it. So I call the state police. Finally, they let me file a police report. I gave them all the info that I had, and they got in touch with whoever was down there with him, who first saw him, and they got a hold of the towing company that towed his bike, and they went down and got all of his personal stuff, like his saddlebags and all that, and took that with them as evidence, but they left the bike.
So in the meantime, let's kind of go over the timeline of that day. So
Okay.
he breaks down on the side of the road.
Mhm.
And who encounters him first on the side of the road?
The tow truck driver, Josh Kreiser.
Okay.
Kreischer.
And the communication, so what does Josh
So
tell you that?
Josh called the state police and notified them that someone was broke down on the side of the road and probably needed help because David's bike was laying it was laying down. It had fallen over.
Okay.
So Josh stops, he gets out, he goes and talks to my brother, and this is all according to Josh.
Okay.
He talked to my brother, and I asked him, did he seem okay? You know, what he looked like? They said, I'm reading what Eric is posting, but anyway, so I lost my train of thought. Can you help me?
Sure. When the tow truck driver called the state police and said his bike was down, so he thought maybe he was injured. Was David with the bike at that point?
Yes, David was still with
Okay.
the bike. So he stops and he gets out and he talks to David. And I had asked him, you know, did he seem okay? You know, I was worried that he was hurt. He said, no, he was fine. I said, he was talking okay and everything. Yep, he was fine. When he pushed the bike, he was pushing the bike and he stopped. And when he did, the bike fell over. He dropped the bike.
Gotcha. Okay.
So then here comes the state trooper and he gets out and goes and talks to him. And they asked if he needed them to call anybody or if they needed him to help him. And he said, no, I have someone, trying to catch up. Did anyone check the prison system in Illinois if she really served time? I can have my husband check the state records right now. If someone can type the answer, please.
Yeah. Ivy, we have been looking for that case. We have been looking for her in that system, but that would be great. And I'll pop her name. Her name, I'll pop it in the chat because she has 3 different last names, but it would be Valerie Dahl.
Hutchin when that supposedly happened. It was supposedly McCutcheon. And the reason I know that is because she had told me that was why she gave up her son to her ex-husband, was because she was going to prison for killing her sister's murderer.
So Valerie had a twin sister by the name of Dorothy, who, so what's interesting about that is that the fact that she claimed that she did prison time in Chicago for a murder. However, her sister, and supposedly what the story was is that her twin sister was murdered by a boyfriend. And Valerie took revenge and killed the boyfriend. That's why she was sentenced to prison. However, when you look up her sister actually died in Gary, Indiana. So that is why it's been hard. Yeah, because of the lies that she tells. Dorothy Gale Dahl, her funeral was in Gary, Indiana. Thank you, Shadow. So, but see, I can't find any information on either one of those cases. Dorothy, and neither can Shadow. And if Shadow can't find it, then it's going to be archived somewhere because we can't find anything on a murder case about Dorothy Gale Dahl or Valerie Dahl being charged with murder anywhere. So yes, Ivy Push, if you can, if your hubby could look that up, her husband is a prison guard, or something to that effect. So he can look that up for us. So hopefully before the end of the night, we might have that answer.
That would be awesome. And it may have even been Gary, Indiana, where she was at when she met David. I don't know. I'm not sure where she was at when she met David.
I thought David's daughter had said that David had a cousin that was serving time in prison.
That's correct.
And Valerie was her roommate, her cellmate in prison, and that's how David started corresponding with her, and that he had corresponded with her until she was actually released.
He actually
Um,
went there and visited her weekly.
so David met Valerie while she was serving time. So
Yes.
so anyway, so back to David he interacted with the state trooper, and this was around like the 3:20 mark in the day?
That was around one something in the afternoon.
Okay. And at one point he tells somebody that he had help on the way. Is that correct?
No. Oh yeah,
Okay, I
yeah.
thought
No, yeah, you're right. He said no, he had help on the way. And that was he had told the tow truck driver and the deputy or the state trooper that. And
okay.
that may have been why he didn't want to go with them because there was a cop involved. You know,
Right. So at
he
that
was,
point
he was very trusting of the police.
so at that point in time in the day, just making a notation, it's probably still daylight out.
Mhm.
He's thinking that he has someone on the way, but this whole scenario plays out until late in the evening.
It
Um,
was 10:30, 11 o'clock at night.
so he ventures across he's
He went
going
across the
back and
highway.
forth. He's going back and forth across the highway.
Yep.
And an interesting side note, where he broke down was directly across from an abandoned hog farm.
Yep.
So just kind of for those of you who follow the channel, you know that we've talked a little bit about hog farms on here before. So, but it was an abandoned hog farm. He also made contact with some of the neighbors in the area. The Dean Sloan that you've seen interviewed by the news station, and but as the night went on, some weird things, I think they're weird, started happening. David ended up leaving his helmet. It was in a trash can, wasn't it?
Threw it in the trash can at Dean Sloan's house because he got mad. He had made a phone call. I spoke to the guy next door. His name also was Bill. There's like 4 Bills involved in this case. He went every weekend to visit her, and my sis went with sometimes. So he had used Bill's phone to call another tow company, and they had
Bills or Dean Sloan's?
Bill's.
Okay.
And Bill said that he got upset because they wanted to charge $300 to tow his bike to Lafayette.
Oh wow.
He was going to take
Okay.
it back. He was going to take it back to Biker Bill Muse's house, and have him fix it.
Right.
So he got mad and he walked out of Bill's house, and he walked across. The 2 yards were connected, Bill's and Dean's, and the garbage can was out there, and he just threw his helmet in it because he was ticked off. And he also left. He went to the pig farm. He was seen at the pig farm. Somebody called, one of the neighbors called and said there was a guy hanging around this pig farm. The owners of it had the owners of it had a restaurant that they also owned in Edinburgh, and they sent their son over there to go check it out because they saw David hanging out there. Well, he was just sitting on the fence up against the fence post, and when this guy goes by, and that may have been when he called and said, "Hey, there's a truck. I got to go. I'll call you back." But he left his CO2 cartridges there for his pellet gun, and he left his rain suit there.
At the hog farm.
That's where they found it. Yes.
So anyone that's listening tonight or on the replay, the owners of this abandoned hog farm, they also own a restaurant in Edinburgh. We've tried to locate the name of this restaurant. Apparently, it's like a mom and pop restaurant. I've not been able to pinpoint the actual location or the name, but if anyone is familiar, please drop it in the comments or leave it in the comment section, even after if you're watching the replay, that would be great. Just more information that we can compile. So,
Any information at all, the smallest thing could could be the biggest, it could turn into the biggest lead in this
Yeah.
case.
Because there's this case, like others, has tentacles. When the further we go on, you guys are going to start to see that.
Right.
Um, so at this point, it's late. It's after 10, and the same tow truck driver happens to pull back up because there's another vehicle further on down that's broken down, and
100 feet ahead of my brother.
he's able to verify that David was still there.
Yes.
And then this happens. Go ahead, Kim.
So when he pulls up, there's a car there, a red Pontiac with front end damage. And Josh, is kind of paying attention to what's going on because he was out there earlier and he's trying to see what's going on because David's still there. And now there's this car there. So he's just kind of paying attention to what's happening because the bike's still sitting there, as well. So he sees David talking to a woman in this red Pontiac. And then David gets into the car with her and they drive off. And here's the real clincher about this is that David would not just get in the car with anybody. It had to be somebody he trusted. And Josh did not say whether there were any other people in the car. I don't think he could tell if there were any other people in the car.
And then when you put it into perspective, and like Eric said, the bike was David's baby.
Yes.
So he's leaving the bike. He's leaving the bike in the dark.
Yep.
On the side of the highway.
Yep.
And that's an accident waiting to happen if somebody was to just clip the bike, hit it. So, but the first thing that comes to my mind is that David's getting in this vehicle thinking he's going to return not very long from that time. Like he was going somewhere to get something or get someone to come back and get the bike.
Here's the thing. They owned a van. David and Valerie owned a van. And I believe David was going to go back to the house and get his van that she said, let's go get the van and we'll come back and get the bike.
And then further,
David, because the keys were in the bike, that David just forgot that the keys were still in the ignition when he left.
Right.
So that was the last time anybody saw him, other than whoever did what they did. That was the last time anybody saw him but Valerie and whoever was in that car.
Correct.
He disappeared.
So that takes us into these two that come on the scene in the case. No, you go right on ahead. This is your time. Go ahead.
No, I said, can I say clowns? That's when these two clowns came on the scene.
You sure can.
Holman, I really put a lot of faith in Holman in the beginning. But the way that it turned out, he's just I don't know if he's involved. I don't know if he's just stupid or what. But this case was not investigated the way that it should have been. From them, when they talked to Valerie, from them not going there and searching the house immediately. I mean, they waited like 2 weeks to even go search the car, where they found a bloody sheet with my brother's blood on it mixed with someone else's that they wouldn't tell me who else's it was. I asked if it was Valerie's and they said, we can't tell you that. Well, that just told me that it probably was. Because if they said, if it wasn't her, then they would have said, we don't know whose it is. We're having to run further testing.
So Jerry,
they know it was blood because what they did is they got my sister to go up and do a DNA test. as a sibling.
Mm-hmm.
So they were able to determine that that was her brother. He's our half brother. We only share the same mother, but half of his DNA matched her DNA. So that told them that they were siblings, that that blood belonged to her sibling. But
so
and
Jerry Holman,
you find blood on the sheet in the trunk. You search the house.
yeah, because the vehicle, and that's one thing. Backing up, Valerie owned a burgundy vehicle with front end damage. That's why the description from the
Pontiac.
tow or Pontiac. Well, yeah, and that's why the description from the tow truck driver is so important, because obviously he's not just making that up. He's not, and if he's
How
in
would he know?
front of right, and he's in front of the vehicle on the side of the highway, that's the first thing he's going to see is the front end of the vehicle that David is standing outside of, talking to the person or persons inside the car. And
Correct.
then the vehicle is then obviously it's back at the house. And
Mm-hmm.
how many days was it? Again, what's the date from? So David this happened on March 15th,
Mm-hmm.
2016. She posts on Facebook, when was it? The 25th?
Fifth.
The 25th, that she hadn't seen her husband.
Right. Since
So
the
that's
15th.
what, since the 15th. So that's what, 10 whole days?
Right. And here's the thing. This is the real kicker right here. When I spoke to her and when the police spoke to her, she said she hadn't seen David since the 14th. But
Which
she
is,
posted the 15th, which I believe was a Freudian slip. I know he saw her that day. He saw her at Dave Grader's house.
Dave Grader. There's another name drop. Write that down, people. Because as we go on, you're going to see why all of this starts to connect and where it connects. And
Dave
so
Grader and Alex Waters lived together. She went there that day. She ran into him right before he left.
thank you, Ivy Push. She said that the system, that he can't look her up on the system right now because she's deceased. And she said that he will look her up on Monday when he goes into work. Since she is deceased, they have to use a different system.
Yeah.
So and she'll get back with me. So
every little thing helps. Every little piece of information could be vital.
so now we have the car, and then we have her reaching out. You are ultimately the one who filed the missing persons report, correct?
Yes. I believe it was the 26th when I got that Monday when I got home. I got home on Sunday. That Monday I called and I filed a missing persons report on David. And I told her still again to file a missing persons report, because me filing it from out of state might not carry much weight, but the wife filing it from his hometown would carry some weight with the police. So
Right.
She did not ever file a police report to my knowledge.
So that's not strange. That's not strange at all.
Not at all.
That's not strange at all.
Police didn't find
Now,
us.
I mean, you would think from a detective standpoint, right then and there, when the report comes in and they actually look over it and they see, okay, well, this is way outdated from when the actual event occurred. What the hell is the wife doing? She would be, I mean, in most cases, she would be suspect number one.
Right. And here's the thing. She told me that, she didn't have any money to go to the police for gas to go to the police station. I know she wanted me to send her money, and I wasn't sending her any money because I knew she was a drug addict. I wasn't sending her a dime. If I could have paid for gas for her, I would have done it, because I would have thought that she would have went and filed the police report at that point. I still had hope that she cared about him and that she would do the right thing. But she didn't. And I found out, though, that she was running all over town. She was running back and forth to Dave Grader's house to get
And I do
drugs.
know, like we had talked about before, I know just from the research that we've done, throughout all of her Facebook, she has, because she's all her Facebooks are, and all of her Facebooks are still up, even though that she's deceased. But when you go back prior to
It won't be
2016,
tomorrow, because her boyfriend has her passwords, so they'll be gone tomorrow. I hope you guys screenshot everything you can get. Anyway, go ahead.
so like the prior to 2016 or March 2016, if you go back through her Facebooks, or you could just take, our word for it, there are a lot of conversations that go on underneath her, so she posts a picture. And I mean, literally around the time of David's disappearance, this woman she posted the same selfie of herself continuously.
Yep.
And actually what she was doing is I think it was two um, profile pictures that she kept switching in and out. So, most of us are familiar with Facebook. When you switch out your profile picture, it doesn't just change it at the top of your page, it reposts it to your
Right.
timeline.
Right.
So you continue it. And the way I see it as a woman, it's almost like she was fishing for compliments. She
She
kept
was.
she was switching these photos in and out, and there's men and that is around the same time that her husband has just gone missing. Number
Yep.
1. Number 2, prior to David going missing, when you go back, there are really inappropriate comments. When she posts something, there's a handful of the same names that keep popping up, kind of, sexual content, or just things that a woman who's married would, I know personally, I would be like, oh shit, I have to delete that
Right.
because I don't, my husband would not appreciate it. And you do that once or twice and somebody gets the hint. But
Well,
it
here's the
seemed,
thing too, is David was not computer savvy. David did. There is a Facebook for him, but she's the one that made that Facebook. He never got on the computer ever. He didn't know
well,
how.
then she was taking advantage of being able to do that, without his knowledge. And just, it just seemed to me, even before David went missing, that was the behavior going on. And then
Right.
right after, and,
It just adds to the suspicion surrounding her.
right. And you guys, I believe it's her, Valerie McCutcheon dash Kallenberger profile, where it's only a few months of time where she doesn't go on there and really post information about David's being,
Not
like,
at
I'm
all.
sorry, like she's not posting updates like, okay, we've talked to this person, or I talked to the police today. What she's doing is she's going on there and she's bitching and boohooing about her life and how effed up it is that people think she's involved and F everybody. And that's the behavior.
Yeah.
So then now we've got, you
I,
filed
I
them.
did everything at that point. I was done with her at that point, because I went up there, and when I went up there, she and I were supposed to go on the news together to try to draw attention to his case. And before I came up there, I sent her a text and I said, I've had it. I've talked to Holman. We're going to do this interview at the police station, at the police post. And I want you to be there with me to tell them whatever you know. Okay. And she sent me a text back stating, David doesn't need me anymore. It's time for me to move on with my life. Now, this was like 5-6 weeks after he disappeared. And that's when I knew for sure that she was involved, that she didn't give a crap about my brother.
And
I
also,
3 times. And I mean, I have one ex-husband that I'm not a real fan of at all.
Mhm.
I'm
That's
cordial with him because I have a child with him, you know, but even him, as much as I dislike him, I would still, if he disappeared for the sake of my child, I would be concerned. You
right.
know, if for no other reason, the love I have for my child, and they had a child together, beautiful girl, Bailey, beautiful.
Mhm.
Um,
And by the way, really quick, on the screen, Shadow's talking about maybe Ashley can get information out of him. That is not Ashley Garth, my Ashley. That's Ashley Kallenberger, who also knows
who?
David Grader.
Oh, she's tried. She's tried and tried and tried. Yeah, you would think a lot of these people would want their name cleared, but they don't care. And as far as I know, he's sitting in jail right now on a drug charge, or on a for a drug charge. He would. There was a big drug bust, and a bunch of them went to jail, and he was one of them, as far as I know. Did you see what Eric's posting?
Hold on a second.
Yeah, she and I kind of got into it a little bit too about that, and you know, she doesn't want to believe that Valerie was involved because that was her stepmother from the time she was like 10 years old. And she just can't bring herself to believe that anybody that had ever loved him would do this to him. But I know she's,
So,
I can't say that she killed him. I can't. But
well,
I
we're
guarantee
gonna, yeah,
you
I
she's
think
involved.
there's there's a lot of people I think that possibly, well,
Are
let's get it
involved.
before we go there. Let's get into um, you've reported him missing. Um, and now you're starting to get information from the upstairs neighbor and
Mhm.
his friend Rick.
Yes.
And so the upstairs neighbors are now telling you that the night before this
Actually,
all happened.
I did not meet Jonte and Luke until I came up there in May. I spoke to Rick Scripter shortly after David disappeared. Valerie had gone. He contacted me when Valerie started selling David's stuff, and
So
I had
yeah, that's
posted on Facebook about, excuse me, about David being missing, and he just, you know, I put it out there on the public stage. I was no longer posting anything private because I was so involved in this, and I just wanted to get the word out as much as possible. So he reached out to me on Facebook, and he told me that that he had gone over to Valerie's and David's because she was having a sale. She was selling stuff. She was selling all David's stuff, that all this camping gear that he took with him on the bike suddenly showed up in her sale. You know, his canoe, his tent, all of this was there. She was selling it, and she did sell it. But she was also selling appliances that they had in the garage. They had an extra washer and dryer. They had 2 deep freezes. They had an old refrigerator that was all rusty and everything, and several other items. But Rick was interested in this refrigerator that she had that was all rusty. He thought he might be able to get it for a good price because it was all rusty, and he was just going to give it to his son and have his son make a kegerator out of it. So they went into the garage, and Rick started to walk toward the refrigerator, and he says, "How much do you want for this fridge?" And Rick said that she jumped out in front of him, that she must have jumped 10 feet to get between him and that fridge, and threw her arms up in the air and said, "No, no, 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 that's not for sale. It's not going anywhere." And then she says, "We need to get out of here." Well, H told me that she reacted that way about anybody. Valerie is deceased. She died in 2022 um, from organ failure. Uh, anyway, so Rick tells me he just found it really odd that she freaked out like that.
Uh-oh,
And
you
so,
froze.
first place, oh, I'm sorry. The
We
first,
froze. Repeat that because we both, for some reason, it's probably my Wi-Fi. We both froze. So repeat that. That Valerie is deceased, and you said she died in what year?
2022.
Okay.
Shortly after my brother passed away, or maybe it was just prior. It was my brother passed away in November of that year, and she either died in October or somewhere within that 3 month period of between October and December. But anyway, uh, so we got to think, and we were talking about it, and I'm like, how many times have I heard the story of somebody finding a dead body in a freezer or a refrigerator, And so I told Detective Kendall about this, Mr. Wonderful. You're going to find out I just cannot stand this guy. I hope he's not on my brother's case anymore. I was told that he went to the street patrol, and that's where he needs to be because he's not a detective.
Yes. When I looked him up, I forget what year it was. I meant to put it in the presentation, but Mr. Kendall, he was promoted to sergeant of, I believe, the highway troopers or highway patrol.
Uh-huh.
So I believe that might be where he still is, or he may have been promoted to detective. I'm not sure.
He was already
But was he a detective?
Yeah, he was he was a detective in the homicide when my brother disappeared. He
So
was
was he?
detectives on my brother's case.
So him and Holman were actually, so Kendall. Okay, so Kendall wasn't brought in because of him being, because your brother being on the highway. He was actually working with Holman.
Correct, at the same
Okay.
post.
Okay.
Okay. So I get a hold of Detective Holman, and I'm like, I tell him the story. I said, you need to get a hold of Rick Scripter. And I believe Rick Scripter tried to get a hold of him. And he had tried to tell him before when they came out to do the car, to get the car, to take it and test it and all that. He tried to tell the police then that what had happened with the refrigerator, and it was there at that time. But by the time Ashley Gar's ma'am here.
Hi, ma'am. That's my Ashley's grandma. Hi, ma'am. Thanks for joining.
Yes, thank you so much. And welcome. So he tried to tell them about what had happened with the fridge so that he could get them to go right then and check this fridge. They ignored him. I don't know who went out there to get the car, but they just blew him. They acted like they didn't want to talk to him.
So then what happens with the fridge?
So what happens is that they wait 2 or 3 days after they spoke to Rick Scripter, giving her plenty of time to get rid of the fridge. So when they go out there, the fridge is no longer there. It's gone. Nobody knows where it went. So
Okay, so I'm sorry, but little tiny Valerie is not moving a refrigerator all by
oh
herself.
no. There is no way.
No.
No way. Well, she had Scott, and I'm sure he had some trucker buddies that could help her get rid of it. And we know she was selling it because she would have sold it to Rick Scripter.
And she had the refrigerator like all strapped up, right? So
Yeah,
no one could actually open it. No one could open it.
Right.
So what else? Let me see. Let's look at this list really quick. We've talked about. I want to make sure we get all of these points in here. The front end damage on her car.
Yep.
She refused to meet with the police.
Here's the thing too.
The cell phone.
Here's the thing. The police sent a picture of the car to Josh Kreiser. And he identified that car as the one that was there that night. He wasn't the only one that identified that car. The two people that he was on the side of the road with also identified that car. And Dean Sloan saw the car there that night too.
Well,
so there you go.
Then we had, we've talked about she immediately began to sell David's things. Now let's talk about how she lied about her cell phone.
Okay. So the police wanted to check her phone. And she told the police that she didn't own a cell phone, that her and David shared a phone, and that David had the phone with him when he left. Funny thing is I was calling her on her phone. Hi, Peggy. I had two phone numbers for her. I was text messaging her. She had two cell phones. So when the police asked for the cell phone, she told Bill in Brian's house. H was hiding behind the door.
So I'll touch on that really quick. H is a young lady that met Valerie right after David went missing.
Yeah.
And Valerie attempted to sell H her car.
Yep.
And this is the same person that Valerie invited to move into her home.
Yep.
I actually spoke with H today, and I'm going to go over just really quick some of the bulletin points that I wrote down from her. She claimed that Valerie told her initially that David had a mental illness. First, I'm sorry, let me back up. That David had left her. And then she turned around and said that David had a mental illness. And then when H was at the home, Valerie would not let her go or anyone go anywhere near the bathroom in the bedroom. They had a bathroom in the bedroom. Is that correct?
Yes, they had. And that was the room that David was sleeping in and staying in. He had actually moved out of their bedroom and moved into that bedroom and put a lock on the door. He was so angry with her. And that was a couple of weeks before all this took place. So they were not even actually living at that point as husband and wife, as far as I can tell.
Okay. So then she apparently H Ashley, David's daughter, came over and was questioning Valerie while H was there. And H said that it was pretty much blatant that Valerie began to put on a front, acting like she was very upset, depressed, emotional, stressed out over the whole situation. And immediately after David's daughter left, she snapped right back to normal again and acted like nothing had ever happened. She could give two craps about David missing. So then she talked to me about so just so we're clear, Brian Phillips, because I actually had it confused. So Bill Muse, aka Biker Bill, is one individual. Then we have another Bill with no last name.
I believe his last name is Duncan.
Okay, so I'll write that down. So Bill lived with Brian Phillips.
Correct.
Now, Brian Phillips, this is the home where H was at because they were friends of hers. And Valerie shows up. So let me back up again. Valerie was attempting to sell the vehicle to H.
Mhm.
And she had basically told her that the car was there was something wrong with the battery, or the battery was missing out of the car, and
Mhm.
the trunk to the car didn't work.
Mhm.
And she also encountered a situation with Valerie because Valerie was wanting the keys to the car. I don't know if it was to get inside the car to look at it, if she's supposed to be buying it. I don't know what the story was there. But H did say that they were in the garage and she went to go look inside the refrigerators in the garage because these keys had been misplaced. They had been looking all over, hadn't found them. And she said Valerie about came out of her skin
Mhm.
when she went towards that refrigerator. The same refrigerator that Rick Scripter said she behaved the same way about.
Mhm.
So at this point, Valor, the red flags are going off in H's head. She's starting to think that something's not on the up and up with this woman and the situation with her missing husband. So
Mhm.
when Valerie shows up at Brian Phillips' house and this Bill, possibly Duncan's, H hops behind a door to hide because she doesn't want to encounter her. And she's thinking that she's popping in and she's going to not stay long. Well, with Valerie not knowing that she was there, Valerie proceeds to start talking without realizing that H is there and listening. And she's complaining about the investigation that's going on and how they were wanting her phone and how she got rid of her phone. And I believe this is where she states she threw her phone into a field.
Yes.
And then she also proceeds to tell them, I believe I wrote it down correctly, that, and H, if you're listening, and I told you if I get it wrong, hop in the chat and let me know because I want to make sure I'm 100% correct when I quote you or try to quote you. She stated that Valerie said, I guess Bill Muse and her were communicating to such an extent that it kind of seemed like Bill was very privy to what had happened.
Bill Duncan?
Bill Duncan, yes.
Okay.
Did I say Muse? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, that Bill was very privy to what, so it was kind of like they're talking in tongue, but they both knew what they were talking about. And she's saying, okay, they wanted my phone, got rid of that. And they were talking, they want to look at the car. So I told them that H had the car the day that David went missing.
Right.
And none of that is true. So
Correct.
that is what H has relayed to us about her knowledge of what she knows about Valerie.
Mhm.
But she didn't even know Valerie on the day that David went missing. She didn't even meet Valerie until after David had gone missing.
Right.
So it wasn't even but there we are with her already trying to alibi the vehicle on the day that her husband went missing with somebody who was supposed to be her friend.
Right. This is what she told me that Valerie said, that that he asked her about her car being seen down there, and that's when he said, or she said, "Well, I told them that H had the car at that time." So she was truly trying to put H at that scene instead of her. Now here's the stories that I got from her and the police got from her. The police got that, nope, she was with friends at a party and she had no idea what was going on. Her car wasn't even there. Her car was at home. This is what she supposedly told the police. And then she said, well, actually, H had the car that night. I don't know what happened. But she told me that she had gotten a call, that she was at Dave Grader's house, and that she had gotten a call. Funny how she had gotten a call because she didn't have a phone, remember?
Mm-hmm.
Gotten a call that David was arrested in Indy
There we go.
and needed to be bailed out. So her and her friend, which I'm assuming supposedly was Scott,
We'll get into him.
her boyfriend, that they went to try to bail David out. I believe she told me though that it was Bill, this Bill Duncan guy, that they went
Yeah.
together to uh, go get him out of jail. And then she says, "Well, we couldn't get him out of jail. Valerie early on was posting Phillips was trying to blackmail her." Huh, that's new. I didn't see that.
Well, Shadow, apparently Shadow came across that same post. Am I reading that right, Shadow?
She said, "Yeah, that's where I came across Phillips' name."
Eric says blackmailing her for what?
What do you think? What do you think she was blackmailing, or he was trying to blackmail her about? They all know this. They all know what happened to your dad. They're just not going to come forward because they're scared.
Hey, Shadow, send it. Yes, do me a favor really quick. Email that to my email and I can pull it into here from my email. Can you do that for me real quick? He blackmailed her with a photo.
Really? Huh.
I'm telling you, Shadow's good. She is good.
Can you find that photo?
Ah,
Oh, my Lord. Really? She has the photo.
no, I don't think so. Ivy Push says I got it also, but
Oh.
she
Okay.
might have pulled it up.
That's my sister that's on there. Hey, Chris.
Hi,
Right.
Chris.
That's what
Welcome.
I want to know. What's the photo of?
You're right.
You
Like I said,
guys
I'm
need to
digging a little
excuse
deeper.
me. I need to run to the restroom.
Okay, well, you go right ahead.
Old lady, I
Um,
got a weak bladder.
you go right ahead. So let me see here. Let me make sure we've gone over. I'll touch base on the story about. So David supposedly had been arrested. Now this is one of the tall tales that Valerie had told shortly after David um, went missing, and this is one of the stories that she was telling people was that he had been arrested, and then they were not going to let her bail him out, and I believe it had something to do with the fact that she didn't have her ID on her, or some crazy story like that. Um, so that was one of the stories, and so let me see here where we are in this slew of. Okay, so we know that. So she's selling off David's stuff. She's trying to get rid of the car. There's this mysterious situation going on with the refrigerator in the garage. The refrigerator ultimately disappears. Eventually, good old Holman and them get out there,
Yeah.
and they actually look at the car,
Yep.
and lo and behold, they find a sheet in the trunk of the car with blood on it that they confirmed with Chris that blood was her brother's,
Yep.
along with more blood. However, they refused to they refused to apply for a search warrant for the home to go in and search.
Correct.
Um,
They
Chris
said they didn't
says,
have probable cause to do it.
well, that's incredible to me. So let me see what else we have on this next presentation here. Okay, we'll get back to that. So do we have any questions in the chat at the moment or from anybody? There's 22 lurking. Then we have, can you guys hit that like button? And if anyone has any questions real quick, we'll stop for a moment and answer some questions.
By the way, the the friend that it's showing that she tried to swap her gun. She had a gun, and
Oh, yeah, that's another one.
she had told Dante or Jonte that she was going to use it on David the next time that they got into it, and claim
And
self.
she and furthermore, with Dante and is it Dante and Luke?
Jonte with a J.
Dante. Okay, those are the neighbors from upstairs who helped David when he was deathly sick and thought that Valerie had poisoned him. Valerie had actually indeed asked and borrowed rat poison from those same neighbors prior to this happening.
Yes, she did. And but anyway, so shortly after David disappeared, when Valerie started feeling the heat and became concerned that they may do a search of her house, she went over to Brian Phillips' house and tried to get him to swap guns with her. Why would she need to swap that gun?
Now, can you talk about so Brian Phillips worked at Packers
Mm-hmm.
in Delphi. I believe that's in Delphi. It's the
Okay.
meat packing plant.
Mm-hmm.
And you said that he had communicated with you a lot of information about this case.
Mm-hmm.
Is this part of that information? Him telling you that she tried to swap the gun? Is there more?
I'm not saying this second or third hand. This is first hand from him.
What else did he tell you?
You know, I honestly am trying to remember. You know, just he did tell me about her spending the night there the night before David went missing. She did not spend the night that David disappeared. She spent the night at home. She went home that night, or at least that's what she said.
Was he ever? What do you know if he was ever questioned? So, like when
Brian?
she left, yeah, was he quite like? So if she didn't spend the night and she went
I don't know
home,
if the police ever questioned him. I don't know if the police. I don't know who the police questioned because they won't tell me that information. Every
well,
bit of
if she didn't,
information that I'm telling you about is information that I found out myself through my own investigation.
well, that would make sense that she didn't spend the night, and was she driving her car when she left Brian's house, and what time did she leave Brian's house?
She was driving it. She went to Dave Grader's. I know she went to Dave Grader's because that's where she said she was when she got the phone call. You know, there's a little bit of truth in every lie.
Right. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely,
That was
there
a
is.
drug dealer.
So, Ivy Push says, well, she did have access to different medications since she was a sales representative for Ellie Lilly. She would have knowledge of medications.
That was not during that time. That was not during that time. She was not working at that time.
Gotcha. So Ellie Lilly is what, like is that like
Eli Lilly? It's in Indianapolis, and she told me before she passed away that that's where she was working.
Gotcha. Shadow says, I don't know what the photo is. I'm assuming it's a photo of herself. I just seen the post from her about Brian blackmailing her.
Well, I don't know how he could blackmail her over a post or over a picture of herself. I mean, she's posting pictures on Facebook left and right of herself, you know, and I believe that, I mean, the only way it would be of a picture of her was if there was something, you know, if he was in a picture with her. And I didn't think it was Brian. I thought it was, I thought she said that it was Dave Grader. Because Dave told me that he and Valerie were having an affair before David died.
Dave Grader told you that?
Yeah.
Okay.
And which, you know, Dave Grader and David had been these guys were friends from the time they were kids. This is what kills me. These were people he trusted. Dave Grader, Alex Waters, Brian Phillips, they were all friends for
With
years.
David.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, and I see she was very negative toward the Delphi case. Ah, surprise, surprise.
So let's well, that D, good call.
Oh, really? Interesting. She certainly didn't have that. Eric, do you know anything about her having any kind of degree in biomedicine?
Hold on, I'm gonna Shadow sent me this that post. So hang on one second. I'm gonna pull it
Okay.
in here. So let's talk about before we go any further, let's talk about the behavior of Holman and Kendall with Valerie and a couple of the other females involved in the case.
Well, you know, this was from Valerie, but she was bragging to me about how Kendall was taking her out to lunch and he was buying her cigarettes and he was, you know, he was so sweet to her. Why? What was going on there? You're supposed to be investigating my brother's murder, or at least his disappearance at the very least. And you're worried about taking my sister-in-law, who in my eyes had become the number one suspect, out to lunch. He wasn't questioning her during this time. You know, none of this.
And didn't H have the same sentiment about him as well?
Yes.
That he was trying to I guess
He was just a little too friendly of a cop with them.
right.
Um, I didn't have that experience myself with him, but I was questioning everything they did. And I was there digging up dirt as much as possible. In fact, let me just say this, go ahead and say this, that if I didn't say it before, but it's the honest to God's truth. Ada, David's mother, I was staying with them and I came back one day to the house and she told me that she had gotten a call from Detective Kendall. And he had told her that I needed to go home before I got
Oh, that's
somebody.
right. That's right. That's right. Yeah, tell them about that.
That I needed to go home before I got somebody killed. And that she needed to pass that on to me. What kind of a detective says that and why? I just don't get
Right.
it. And even, I mean, my niece Ashley, she told her about it. It can all be checked out. I think, and he'll probably try to sue me over this, but I think he's a dirty cop. And guess what? Bring it on. I don't care. I don't care about him. I don't care about Holman. I don't care about this new Detective Rector. I care about my brother.
Right.
I lost my brother in this situation. His kids lost their father.
When was the last
his youngest daughter was about 12 years old when this happened.
When was the last time that you've heard from Detective Holman? Your brother went missing March 15th of 2016.
Let me look on my phone. I'll tell you. And here's the thing. The last time I heard from him, I reached out to him, not the other way around.
And one of the times that you were talking to him, he told you that he was wrapped up in the Delphi case, correct?
Yeah, he was actually out there on the investigation when I spoke to him. Let me look here. Detective Holman. The last time was March 17th, 2021. And I had asked him to give me the phone number for Detective Rector so that I could speak to him regarding Valerie. He told me he was in an interview and he would have him call me as soon as he was available. I don't believe I ever heard from Detective Rector after that. And I did not hear from Detective Holman after that as well.
And that was when?
March 17th, 2021, 3:02 p.m.
That's been what, 3 years ago, 3.5 years ago?
Almost.
So this is because I didn't save this as the right kind of file. I'll read I'll read this message that she posted. She posted this April 19th, which that's quite shocking. It's She posted this April 19th of 2016. So just about exactly a month after David went missing, Valerie posted, "Can you believe Brian Phillips tried to blackmail me with that photo? I'm not ashamed of it. It's tasteful. There's no power, you stupid idiot."
Okay.
Hey, Shadow, pull
What
up.
was going on with her?
You are a girl and run from them. I will join you out of this horrible state. So, Shadow, when you get a chance, that post has 2 comments on it. Let me know if those comments say anything.
Do you have a date on that post? Does it show?
March, yeah, April 16th, 2016. 1 month after David went missing.
Of course.
Yep. Yeah, she probably did. Ivy, she probably didn't work there. She probably made that up.
Yeah, she's a liar. She lies about so many
If
things. It's ridiculous.
if she was selling pills and stuff too, that might have been her little cover to people, like, hey, whether making them think that she was getting legit medication at that
Right.
point. Eric said, yeah, well, she does have that as listed as one of her as her employment. I believe she but I can't remember if this was before or after David went missing. It might have been before. I'm not sure.
I mean, she could have worked at a warehouse there, packaging. I mean, because my sister worked at a couple of those medical supply companies down in Bloomington. I'm trying to think of the name of it. Chris, if you're still on, can you tell me what the name of it? Baxter's Pharmaceuticals. She worked there, and you don't have to have a degree if you're working in packaging or something like that. So to me, that would be a possibility, because I know, not my sister, but I know personally of some people that have worked there that have actually had drug charges, and they still got a job.
Right.
Right. There's no way she was a rep. She was not a sales rep. There's no way they would not have hired her. But she probably worked there in the warehouse part, but just didn't want people to know that. She always wanted to be something that she wasn't, or say she was something that she wasn't. He said she only had 2 or 3 jobs the whole time they were together, and neither of them lasted very long. I believe that. I'm sure.
Shadow, yes, I did get the email, but because I didn't save it prior to this as a certain kind of file, I can't pull it in, and I'm too afraid to share my screen because I don't want to mess up. I don't want to mess up my Wi-Fi.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I don't want to mess up the Wi-Fi. But Shadow, I said if there's 2 comments under her post on that post, if you could pull up those comments and let me know if they say anything significant. Let me see here. She used to say she was a nurse when she was in Chicago, but that was before she went to prison.
Right.
Wow. um, Kendall, it's Tim Kendall, detective, detective and sergeant. Let's see here, Tim Kendall, and there is his picture.
Yep. That's him.
So now we have, and also another thing that H told me today too was that Tim Kendall had told her. I don't know if she had told this to you, but that Tim Kendall told H when he had spoke with her that he did get a search warrant for Bill's phone. Bill being the roommate of Brian Phillips,
Huh.
where Valerie had came
I
and
think
ran
I
her
remember
mouth.
that.
Huh?
I said, I think I remember that, but I believe that it was probably a phone that he had gotten after that.
Probably.
None of these guys hold on to their phones for very long. They're all like track phones. Yeah, no kidding, Del Bell. He is too busy investigating people doing other things. She's absolutely a pathological liar. Jesus. See, he said he to Holman and never heard anything back. And you won't. They are not working this case. They have not been working this case for years.
So let's go back to you. You actually went out there, and Kendall had told I believe it was your mother-in-law that you needed to get out of there.
It was David's adoptive mother, Ada.
That you needed to get out of there because you were going to get someone killed.
Yep.
They refused to get a search warrant to search the home. And you had gone out there and tried to organize some searches yourself, correct?
Yes.
So then Valerie, let's pop these pics in here. Oh shoot, where'd they go? So Valerie leaves. This is Scott. This is someone that it's very on top of Dave Grader. This is somebody that Valerie was also possibly having an affair with prior to David missing.
Heavily involved with. They were heavily involved with each other. Immediately he was in her life when David disappeared. Immediately.
And he was a over the road truck driver.
Correct.
And so I mean within not very long after David went missing, these two are automatically an item. But there's evidence on the Facebooks that these two were communicating prior to David going missing.
Yep.
So, and her and Scott were together when Valerie passed away, correct?
Yes.
And she passed away. She continued to do drugs to the point where she ended up passing away from organ failure, correct?
Yes. She claimed in the last 6 months to a year before she passed away that she was no longer doing drugs, that she had found God and she was going to mass every day or whatever. I don't know. She was going to church every day and lighting candles and all that kind of stuff. That's what she told me.
You read that?
Oh, she sent him a naked picture of him, of him or of her?
So it looks like she sent
Oh,
Brian
her
Phillips a picture in
him.
lingerie, and then he returned the favor by sending her a naked picture of himself.
Wow.
When was what's the date on that? Shadow, is that also in April of 2016? Yeah, Dee, I think that's a lie. I think that she was making that up. And if she's snatching David's prescription meds and selling them, um, you know, anybody around her that, I don't know if they would be looking at her like she's, pushing pills, her acting as if she worked for a prescription or, a medication company. I don't know if she thought that was going to be a good cover or what, or just make her look legit. That could be why she used that as a cover, as a place of employment on her social media.
Mm-hmm.
So Shadow says is what the photo was she was talking about. Um, Shadow says the two comments on that post was just from her brother saying, "Don't worry, sis, I'm coming home to you." And then she posted to that comment. Okay. She claims she studied at Purdue and listed her job as a pharmaceutical sales rep. I don't think so. Eric, are you aware of her ever going to Purdue? Eric says she did not go to Purdue.
This is where those pictures were. They were. She sent me some pictures of Dave. Well, she sent me one picture of him anyway. Valerie did. I was just looking through my text messages with her. She would come up with the craziest crap. I'm telling you. Right here, she was telling me she was working for Eli Lilly. I make good income and have a nice, stable home and job. She's trying to tell me she was, she's sorry she put stress on me. She's not evil. She's just nuts. She was just nuts.
So, yeah, Dee. Dee said, like calling a janitor a sanitation engineer or something, just being funny, but you know what I mean.
Right.
Yeah. Thank you, Shadow. Shadow's going to email me the comment where she's saying it was about lingerie. And
I
then
find
him
out
sending
something new every time I have a conversation about her, about this case. I've heard several things tonight that I wasn't aware of. But so let's get back to this.
So Valerie ends up moving out of the property.
Right. Well, first I
And
go up there. I talk to Jonte and Luke. They tell me about what went on, and I'm hiding from Valerie. I don't want to see her. I don't want. It's not that I don't want to see her. I don't want her to see me because I'm trying to find out what she's up to, who she's hanging out with. Okay, Scott's there. I see him with her every time she comes to the house. She's not staying at the house at this point. And I believe it's because she knew I was there. She didn't want to be at the house any longer than she had to be. She would come there, she would go in the house, she'd be in there for about 5 or 10 minutes, and she would leave again in the van. I was there with H one time when this happened. And as soon as she left, we went upstairs, and that was when I met Jonte and Luke for the first time. I went up there, I told them who I was and all this. They explained everything to me, what they knew. And then, they're both crying, begging me to find out what happened to David. They said he was the nicest guy in the world. Luke called him his best friend. You know, they were just pretty much beside themselves. So let's skip ahead to a couple months. I went home, and a few months later, I came back. And when I came back, that was when Valerie had been evicted. And I got a hold of the owner of the home through Jonte and Luke. They gave me his number, and I contacted him to go to be able to see if I could do a luminol test. I had asked the police to do one because they said they couldn't get a search warrant to do one because they didn't have probable cause. And then when she moved out, I said, well, can you contact the owner of the house and see if he'll let you just go in there and do one without a search warrant? And they said no, which that may just be because maybe legally they can't do it. I don't know. But I told them what I had planned, that I was going to do it myself. And so I went on Amazon and I ordered some luminol. And Jonte and Luke, they had gotten the key from the landlord because they were the ones that cleaned the house out, pulled all the stuff out of the house and set it on the curb. So all my brothers, anything that my brother had left, just went in the garbage, or people came by and just picked up what they wanted. I tried to call his family. I tried to get a hold of some of his family members to see if they would go pick up his stuff. And I didn't care about hers, but anything that belonged to him, like pictures, sentimental things, I kind of wanted to be able to keep that for his kids. And so I got a hold, I tried, but I couldn't do it. But anyway, so Jonte and Luke had the key to get into the house. And I did speak to the owner and got permission. I didn't just have them let me in. And after we got permission, they were there and I was there and H was there. And we went in and did a luminol test. I sprayed luminol over that house and I found lots and lots of areas where it lit up. I don't even have all the pictures anymore, but these are some of the pictures. And the one that you're showing right now,
There's four different ones that I'm showing. So from
right,
left to right.
from left to right, that is the casing, one side of the casing between the kitchen and the living room. And those are fingerprints. Okay. And there's another one that I believe is on the other side, but it's not up here, that shows the full hand. But what the second one is, that's the shower. That's blood in the shower. And I don't have the other one for the shower that shows, because actually there were two showers in the house. But anyway, this one had luminol test positive for blood on the floor of the shower and on the shower hose up further from where it's showing in this picture. And
Was
then
was this the shower in
this was
the
the shower
bedroom?
that was in David's room. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. And then the picture, upper right hand side picture, that is an outlet, a broken outlet. And you can see that there's blood dripping down the wall. That's what's lit up. That's blood dripping down the wall. And that was in the bathroom also, because you can see the pipe there. I don't remember exactly where that was, but I know it was in the bathroom. And then the lower one in the corner was in the bedroom. I believe that was in David's bedroom. And these were in the living room. And as you can tell, these were not small amounts of blood. Now, the
Was
white
were,
stuff out there on the where you see the brown in the top of the left-hand picture,
are those hardwood floors?
yes, and that's paint.
The white
Okay.
stuff is paint.
The white that's on the brown, that's paint. But this
Okay.
that's lit up in the center of this, that's blood. That tested positive for blood, as did the
And was
one that is the same picture. That's how big it was. That's the same picture on the right, further up on to the right of that.
so did you was this were these hardwood floors covered with carpet?
Yes, at the
And
time
you
that they lived at in the house, there was carpet. So this was what was left after the carpet had been taken out. I would have loved to have been able to do this test with the carpet still in the house to get the top of the carpet and then the floors. But the carpet had already been ripped out and was gone by the time I was able to do the test.
so without the luminol, what made you home in on this part of the floor? Was it just a dark stain?
No, you couldn't even see it. The floors had been mopped. You couldn't see it with the naked eye. I just started spraying luminol everywhere. And when I found
And
an area that was lighting up, I continued to spray in that area until it got so it wasn't lighting up anymore. Luminol, Eric, it's what the police detectives use to detect blood. So yeah, I just when Luke and them cleaned up. I'm not sure actually if Luke was the one that took the carpet out. I just know that he was paid to go in there and take all the stuff out, all the furniture and appliances and stuff. I believe that the owner hired someone else to rip up the carpet and throw it in the garbage. And I mean, Kendall even told me there was blood everywhere in that house. He said it was a drug house. There's going to be blood everywhere. Well, even if
who told you that?
that was true, Kendall. They treated my brother as nothing more than a piece of garbage. They did not care about him. They just figured, oh, well, another druggie's dead. You know, who cares? Problem was, my brother wasn't doing drugs. His wife was. A lot of people he knew were. And I won't lie, I was told that one of his friends actually died in that house from an overdose. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. And honestly, I think it was his daughter that told me this. So, yeah, because they were saying, Del Bell, the reason they said that was because they said they were shooting up in there. Well, I'm sorry, but you're not going to get this result from shooting up.
That's a injury right there. I mean,
No kidding.
that's a puddle that was left. And if there was carpet over top of it, the majority of it would have been absorbed in the carpet, and that's what dripped through.
And that's
So
why I always said I believe that she got him in that car and took him home, and there was somebody there lying in wait for him, and they killed him. And I'm
and
telling
then
you,
some.
the only way they could kill him is to shoot him, because he would have fought back. Ask Eric about Eric. Give us a little information about your dad and his strength and his ability to protect himself.
So,
Exactly.
so you sent these exact photos to Holman and them, and that was that their response to these photos? Was that it was a drug house?
No,
That
they
there's
said,
no,
I sent them the photos and I asked them to go in and do their own luminol test, and they still refused to do it.
that's an absolute shame.
Yep. They didn't want this documented. That's why they didn't do it.
Yeah, or they had to have drugged him beforehand to incapacitate
Incapacitated.
him.
Right.
Yeah.
But
Yep.
that still doesn't account for the blood. Or are you saying because he wasn't able to fight back? They had to have shot him. They had to have. That's the only way they could have stopped him. Sweetie, you think it makes you angry. Think how I feel.
Right.
Think how kids feel.
So we're
I
going
mean,
to go in.
4
Go ahead.
years,
Go ahead. Go
I
ahead.
did not see my brother for 44 years. And I got 3 days with him.
That's so sad.
We were looking
And
forward to Christmases and family holidays. You know, he said he never really felt like he had family. And he told me he was so happy that we found each other. Before I got on that plane to come home, when I went up there to see him, that's what he said to me. He stood in that airport and cried. No, I don't think it would. I may be wrong, but I doubt that it would light up poison spills.
Dee will know. Dee will know. That's kind of her field. Del Bell, if you can answer that for Lacey. Lacey asked question on the chemical spray. Would it light up poison spills?
I think it's only for blood, to detect blood.
Del Bell said, right. If they didn't shoot him, they would have to have had incapacitated him somehow. I remember Ashley Hallenberger pacing the cell. As pacing the cell. She was big as a barn about to give birth, and she just wanted her dad.
Right. That was when she was in jail. She was Lacey, it can give false positive on bleach, but that in itself is evidentiary value of a crime. Ashley was pregnant when she went to jail when she was pregnant with her son Aiden, who she was pregnant with when David disappeared. She didn't know she was pregnant until after he disappeared. So that was a grandchild. Actually, she's had 2 children since he went missing that he never even got to lay eyes on.
Under Your Scar says, what happened when laminated police notified? You meant with what happened when luminol?
Yeah,
And
that's what they mean.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They were basically
to them.
She was blown off. She was told that the luminol that because people did drugs in the home, there was bound to be blood in the home, and they weren't going to do their
Actually,
own
they had told me
investigation.
that prior to me doing that test that's when that happened. When I sent them the pictures and said, now, are you going to do a luminol test yourself? And they said, no. And I said, why not? And they said, we don't have reason to. Really?
They don't have reason to.
Yeah.
This really sounds indicative to some of the things that we see going on in the Delphi case. You know, they don't feel the need to do certain things until after the fact, or
Until they
of
get
course,
caught up in their own crap.
right? Rick Allen coming forward that first week to admit that he was on the bridge, but somehow his whole interview was misfiled. So here we are.
Yeah.
Eric said, It had to have been someone close to him, caught him off guard, and had to have some kind of weapon or something.
That's your dad. There's no way that if he knew what was going on, that they would have been able to take him out. But those pictures, that's a big blood stain.
That is a very big blood stain. Del Bell also says with luminol, if it is a false positive on the bleach, it flashes more than it glows. It'll last 30 to 60 seconds on blood, but will basically light up and then go away immediately on a false positive.
There you go.
Under Your Scar says contact cold case guys. I know Chris McDonough on it, and he said anyone can.
Can you send me their contact information?
Yeah. Under Your Scars, message me the contact info. So let me see here. Let me pull that off. So now we're gonna go into some name drops.
Mm-hmm.
The details from H, we've already discussed those. That's the friend who overheard the conversation of Valerie talking about getting rid of her phone.
Mm-hmm.
This photo right here is a photo of Jason Harrigan. He is the individual who admitted to being with Valerie the day that she was to go in and do the lie detector test with ISP, and he admitted to shooting her up with heroin right before going in to take the test.
Yes.
So, why that's okay, I don't know, but apparently,
both times she went in for two lie detector tests. Okay. Both times they said that she was so messed up that she could not hold a thought in her brain.
And did they ever discuss the results of those lie detector tests with you?
She failed them.
They told you that she failed them?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Then we have
let me rephrase that. She failed them because they couldn't get a clear thought out of her. She was so doped up. And she did it deliberately. She knew that they wouldn't be able to do the test. And I asked them why they didn't hold her for 72 hours so that she would have to sober up and then do the test. And they said they couldn't do that. Well, I thought they could hold anybody for 72 hours. They can hold them for questioning for 72 hours.
Yeah, you would think so.
That's what I've always been told.
Especially with the amount of evidence against her. I mean, just her behavior in itself. I mean, like I said, she should have been suspect number one. But again, if some of the people that we're going to come up on here later are involved, then again, it always seems like there's a blind eye turned.
Exactly.
Under Your Scars says the interview room on YouTube. I've heard of them.
I'm writing that down.
Ivy Push says luminol. Luminol can also show body fluids like urine because of the pH levels in urine. Well, then somebody had to have been urinating all over that house.
Well, they did have a dog, but I've never heard that.
Does anyone know
why would they even use it if it can show that? No
Under Your Scars just sent me that information. So then we know who Bill Muse is. He's AKA Biker Bill. Biker Bill, we have not been able to get any information on him. Thank you, Under Your Scars. I got it. We've not been able to get any information on Biker Bill, but when Kim approached him, she said he was shaken like a leaf when she showed up at his door to question him.
Yeah.
about that day that
Let
he
me tell
was.
you the story. Okay, so I went to see Biker Bill because I wanted to ask him about David. I wanted to find out why, why he didn't answer his phone, why he never called David back, why he didn't go down there, because I knew I left messages on his phone. So I go up to his door and he's there and his wife is there and she's in the background. She's standing back, like when you go in their house, I believe there's the living room and then the kitchen. It was kind of open. And she was standing back there, not too close, but she was listening to what was going on. There's a strange woman at their house. So she's wanting to know who the heck I am. So anyway, he's standing there and he comes to the door and he's standing there and as soon as I tell him who I am, that I'm David's sister and I'm there to find out what happened to my brother, he starts shaking like a leaf. Then he proceeds to act like they only had a business relationship, which I already have talked to people about this guy. And I know he was friends with David and that he knew his kids. He didn't necessarily know them very well, but he knew them. He had met them and he knew Valerie. Valerie was best friends with his wife. But at this time, he denied even ever meeting Valerie or the kids and said he never got any messages from David or from me. And I'm like, are you sure? Can you check your phone and make sure? And he's like, yeah, I never got any messages. Okay. So I didn't stay there very long, but I paid close attention to how he was shaking. I should have taken a video because you would just flip if you saw it. I'd never seen anything like it. He was like a person that had Parkinson's real bad, how they can't control their shaking.
Well, we have not been able, we know that you said that from what you've been told, he doesn't have any social media. And
Correct.
because, and there are several Bill Muses, William Muses, there are several, on social media.
Mm-hmm.
We've been hard to decipher.
There are none from Lafayette, Indiana.
We've not been able to track him down to even see who he is connected to. So that's still kind of ongoing. Then we've got Brian Phillips, who lived with it's a different Bill Duncan. And then we've got Alex Waters, who lived with Dave Grader.
Mm-hmm.
And then connected. So explain to us.
Okay, Alex Waters lived with Dave Grader out on the property there in Lafayette, over not very far from the police post, the state police post. And it was a big piece of property. It backed up to a big park over there. I can't remember the name of it now, but anyway, so him and Dave Grader were roommates, and this was Valerie's drug dealers. And Dave Grader is the half brother to Tony Richards, okay, and Barry Richards. And the people there from Lafayette will recognize that name, Barry Richards. And yes, it's the person you're thinking of. It's the sheriff of Tippecanoe County.
At that time.
Yes, at that time. He's not anymore, but he was at that time, the sheriff. He owns a great big piece of property up there. He owns quite a lot of stuff for being a sheriff, for just being a sheriff. I don't think sheriffs really make that much money. So how he came into all this money to buy all these different properties, I have no clue, except that, he's got at least two brothers that were dealing drugs at that time, big time. And now Tony Richards has passed away since then. So if anybody's afraid because he's involved and something, you don't have to worry about him. He's gone. Can't touch you. Dave Grader, I don't know about him. He just doesn't seem like he's got it in him. He seems like the type of person that would push something like that off on someone else, but I could be wrong. But just from what I've heard from Ashley, there was a confrontation between Ashley and Valerie at Dave Grader's house, and Ashley spanked the crap out of Valerie. And Dave Grader and Alex Waters just stood there and watched it happen. They were not going to try to do anything about it. Scott was there, and he was the one that finally pulled Ashley off of her, and he showed his gun and told Ashley, "You better back off."
David's daughter.
Yes.
So we have a slew of stuff coming in here. So you were talking about a property, and DeBell said Prophetstown State Park. Does that sound familiar to you?
It kind of sounds familiar. I don't think it was called Prophetstown. Prophet something, but I don't think it was town. I could be wrong. It literally is like right off of that main road that goes to the police. I did a search there. It's in Battleground.
So let's see.
It's Battleground.
Okay, hang on. Let's see. Eric, I don't know what you said. What was the come case info? Oh, we're gonna get. I think he's talking about. Can you clarify, Eric, for me, please? Eric said for his bike to be broke down
And fit
and
not help my dad. I think maybe he did something to the bike. Right, exactly.
that's what I was wondering. If Valerie knew what if they had been having problems, if Biker Bill, who worked on the bike previous, did something to where David couldn't actually make it to Florida, because Valerie asked him to, that's interesting.
Right.
DeBell says it's near the post, and Barry lives by Clergy Botanical Gardens. And Eric says my dad took good care of his bike for it to just break down. So okay, so DeBell says that Barry, she made a correction. DeBell says that Barry lives near Clegg, Clegg, Clegg.
Who lives by there?
Barry
Okay.
Richards. Ivy Push says all the sheriffs have a lot of assets after they have been sheriff. And DeBell,
isn't that something?
What'd you say, Kim? That it meant something?
I said, isn't that something?
Oh, yeah, it is. And DeBell says Barry got his money because his son was a Major League Baseball player.
Oh, really? It's Tippecanoe Battlefield Park, it looks like. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Yep, this is it.
Ivy Push says
trails and everything. And here's the thing. That's where Dave Grader and Alex, the property they lived on at the time, backed up to that park. It's a 96-acre park in Battleground.
Ivy Push says, that's okay, D. No problem. Ivy Push says the whole case is a nightmare.
Yeah, no kidding. It's been a nightmare from the very beginning.
DeBell says Prophetstown, but people call it Prophet's Rock sometimes.
It's not far from the college, from Purdue.
Eric says Dave Grader's brother was sheriff and would sit outside of my uncle Brad's house after everything.
Oh.
And Eric says yes.
That missing, right?
I'm assuming that the sheriff would sit outside of my
Yeah.
uncle Brad's house.
Yeah,
Is Brad
complained about the cops harassing him all the time.
about what? What would they be harassing him for?
Anything they could.
So Ivy said, I wonder if the bike was rigged. Well,
Worse.
we wonder too, but we'll never know because the bike sat out along the highway for a couple of days. Then ISP impounded it, kept it for several years, and then told the family they couldn't have it unless they paid for all of the days that it was in the impound. And then they turned around and sold the bike.
Yep. That's exactly what happened. I wonder who got the money for that.
Oh, of course, they did. Eric said that he thinks that the fact that Biker Bill could have rigged the bike is a good possibility.
Yeah.
Well, if his name doesn't seem to come up anywhere else other than that particular situation, as far as him being the one to work on the bike and then him being who David called. So that if he was nervous like that when Kim showed up, that would be a good reason why he would be nervous. Yeah. If he had some hand in doing some, bidding
I
for
wanted Holman and Kendall to bring him in for questioning, and they wouldn't do it.
Ivy said, how old was his Harley? And
I don't know.
Eric says, I don't remember the year, but it was a newer bike.
Yeah,
so if it was a newer bike, then it was. Oh, okay. The battlefield, right, as you go into Battleground.
Yes.
And Eric says,
field there right in front of it as you drive in.
Eric says Alex Waters lived outside of Battleground off of 43.
Yes.
Eric says it's now a cold case.
Yes, it is.
Ivy says, I know that if a family member contacts the billboard companies, they will donate space on their boards for free.
I did that in the beginning, and I was only able to get one billboard, and that was down there in Edinburgh. I could not get any of the ones there in Lafayette to put up a billboard for him. And get this, Valerie was seen by Ashley and a couple of other people. I can't remember now who it was. I believe maybe H told me about this too, but she was seen taking down the flyers that Julie Wise from the Q Center put up around Lafayette. The missing posters. That's her name. I forgot. I couldn't remember.
Right.
We don't know why he's not listed. They told me the last time I spoke to anybody from ISP, they told me that it was a cold case. He didn't have a shop. He worked on it from home. Yeah, I know they're not investigating it at all. This is the problem that we've had all along. I've tried to get them back on the news. They don't want no part of it. I don't know what ISP has told them, but they do. And the interview that they did with me about my brother, I spoke to them for a good hour. And you saw the little snippet that they did of what I had to say.
The Vanished podcast did a really good episode on this case.
They did
a few years back, and I will link that episode in the description of this video because not only is Kim on there, but David's daughter Ashley Kallenberger is on there as well. So I'll link that for you guys. It's about an hour and a half podcast, but there's a lot of it's very interesting to listen to.
Yeah. I posted it. I reposted it on my Facebook page today as well.
D Bell says, I live 10 minutes from the post. How can I help you guys?
I don't even know where to begin.
If there's something I can do, let me know. Amy, you can give Kim and Eric my number. Okay, I absolutely
All
will.
right. Thank you so much.
Eric says, yes, after he went missing, I'm pretty sure he wasn't even active sheriff when he would sit out of my uncle's house.
Well, he was the active sheriff. He was the acting sheriff when I was there. I know that.
Hey, Cherie. I don't recall Cherie. She works with me on Ashley Garth's case. She is an attorney. So she's probably coming in from another live tonight. So yeah, definitely, Cherie. This is the case when we were all that one night on when we were all on Discord doing work all together, trying to get information. This was part of that case that we were working on when you were on with us. D-Bell says, hi, Cherie. Okay, so if all of this, guys, is not even enough to swell your brain, Ivy Push says, I can help. Please let me know what you need, but definitely need to bring light again into the case. Absolutely. So Cherie, we've been on for about 2.5 hours, so you have a lot to catch up on because we're right now, just now getting into. So for everybody who's listening and everybody who's watching on the replay, AKA Michael Phillips, who likes to go on and spout off his mouth about things that he has no knowledge of. I want to reveal a whole nother side of this case that's a possibility. And it's how I became aware of this case because I had sadly, after all of the years of following cases in Indiana, had never heard of this case. So
I've heard
you guys,
that a lot today, and I've
I'm
seen that a
sorry.
lot I've heard that a lot today, and I've seen
Yeah.
that a lot on here today as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd never heard of it. So for those of you who know the channel, the main case that I cover is the Ashley Garth case, the murder of Nicole Bowen. And we have, we do lives usually on Monday and sometimes on the weekend. So through that case, I had I'm sure I will with this case, have had people reach out with information, and there's a lot of tentacles in the Nicole Bowen case as well. There was there was 5 suspects, there were 5 different people charged in that case, and there's been someone who's made some comments on some of the lives that we've had regarding one of the individuals in Ashley's case. So there was let me see here. This person had, this is just to back up the, fact that the person who reached out and made some accusations and gave me some information that she does know what she's talking about, to a certain degree. We've yet to find a through connection, although we have found many connections to David's case, to this group of people. Toby Garth asks, was David a member of the Abolfia? I
No
think
idea
that,
what that is, and I wouldn't know. Maybe Eric would know, but I have no idea what that is. And if it's a bike gang or bike club or anything like that, no.
okay. So I think that's what it is. I think that's what it is. And Ivy Push says, I follow cold cases in Indiana and never heard of David's case. That's
I'm really
sad.
not surprised. I'm really not surprised. I'm angry about it, but I'm not surprised.
Well, you should be angry, and that's why, even if, there's not a connection here, like, we think there possibly might be, even if it ends up that there's not, when I reached out to you some months back about the information that I got, I really wanted to give you the platform to come on because it's so sad that this is, for one, not solved. He's never been found, and no one's taking the time to give you the time of day to look into it. So
Right.
maybe this will be the start of generating some new leads and getting this, with the Delphi case being as big as it is, um, at least hopefully we'll get some eyes on it right now to
Right. And that was the
bring
thing,
it back to light.
back when they took, when I was told by Detective Holman that Detective Kendall was kind of stepping into the background and that this was now considered a cold case, that uh, that there would be some fresh eyes on it and maybe something would happen, that maybe they would look over the stuff again and delve a little deeper and try to, talk to some of these people, because they did not bring these people in for questioning. They did not give any of them that they did question a polygraph test. Never. The only one they gave a polygraph test to was Bill Duncan and Valerie. And Valerie was so messed up that she couldn't even hold a straight thought. And I don't know about Bill Duncan. He just seemed like a lunatic to me every time I talked to him.
Well, when so some what I don't remember exactly when I reached out, Kim, because like I said,
Probably
I'd never heard of the case.
I don't know.
It's been several months ago, and I've touched base with her as we've gone through and found things. And anyway, so we were on a live one night, and there was some comments that were posted that I it struck me kind of funny. So my girl, my POI of choice overall, Miss Talitha Beckley, from Monticello, originally from Logansport, who has a deep running connection with the Paladinos, who at one point in time have been accused of being a part of a lot of nefarious things like meth dealing, heroin dealing, um, other cases, something similar to this. And obviously, some people had them pegged for being a part of Delphi. So there was some comments made in a chat where we were talking about Talitha. We were going over, I believe, documents and whatnot, and it was stated in the chat that this person had been in jail with Talitha Beckley, and we were able to confirm that they were in the same jail at the same time, and this was prior to 2019. Now, David's case happened in 2016. Nicole Bowen's murder happened in 2019. So this is right in between the two. And they made a comment in the chat that said Talitha Beckley had told her while in jail that she had disposed of a baby in the woods. Well, that sparked my interest, and I'm going to show you why. Which this is the confirmation that I can provide that this is why I believe this person who reached out. Um, so we're going to start here. This was a post made back on October 12th, 2016 by Talitha Beckley herself. And I'm going to read it. That way, for those of you who are just listening, you don't have to look at the screen. After some very in-depth thinking, I've exhausted all possible avenues on how to help a very close friend of mine. I'm now turning to Facebook for insight. This female that I've known my whole life is going through some tough times right now, and I'm at odds with what to do. The situation. My buddy is 5 months into the most physically painful pregnancy she's ever had to go through. The father of the baby is MIA. She hasn't talked to him in a week and hasn't seen him in 3 weeks. She's facing 315 days incarceration starting in less than 2 weeks. Her baby is due in late January, but she isn't scheduled for release until August. Since she will be locked up and there isn't a father or family member able to take the baby, it will be placed in foster care until she gets out. She's losing her mind over this, and I don't know what to do. Anybody on here have some advice? So that's a post that Talitha Beckley made on October 12th, 2016. Then somebody comments on the post and says, is the option available for you to take the baby till she gets out? This dummy responds to that post and says, I am her. So out of that whole post, she's talking about herself, as if nobody else reading her Facebook post would realize that she just admitted that she's talking about herself.
Right.
So then further down, I'm sorry, this is on a different post. She has a daughter, and she's posting on her daughter's post how much she misses her. And a guy by the name of Philip Jones, who apparently seems to be the father of the unborn child, says, then why don't you go see her, Cupcake, referring to the daughter that she's commenting on her Facebook about. He's basically telling her, go see your daughter, dummy. I'd love to know what happened to our baby. You were at least 35 weeks pregnant when you say you miscarried. Will you at least tell me where my family and I can go to pay our respects to his or her remains, or at least respond to the lady with CPS so she can close the case I opened with them about our baby? So when this person commented on in one of our chats and said Talitha had told her that she disposed of a baby in the woods, I just went ding, 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 right back to this
The next
post.
comment by Charity Lee.
Exactly. Philip Jones miscarried. She probably murdered her like she did Nicole Bowen. So there's that, which obviously that didn't lead me to David's case. What did lead me to David's case are another set of messages that I was sent in regards to Talitha Beckley, the Nicole Bowen case, David's case, and Karina McClurkin, who was missing from Kokomo, Indiana, back in 2016, I believe. And it took several years for her remains to be found. And somebody has been arrested in that case, but there appears to be a lot more people involved with her case as well.
Right.
So here are the next set of messages that I got from, this was through Facebook, not through a private Facebook message, not from a YouTube chat. So this is what I was sent. And she is referring to Garrett Kurtz, who was another individual that was involved in the other case that I cover. They said, they get rid of anyone that is a threat. I know Garrett isn't innocent by any means, but if he didn't do what he was told to do, he wouldn't be here to this day. Talitha was there to make sure that Garrett went through with what he did. This is in reference to the Nicole Bowen murder. I'm not sure why they didn't get time for this. I was in jail with Talitha. She is batshit crazy. Tried telling me that a black shadow was following me around in the jail cell. She told the guard, Larry Guzman, that he had a little girl in a yellow dress following him around.
We're
She
not.
flat out,
Oh, I see it now. I'm sorry.
yeah, I'm sorry, I'm going top row left to right.
Okay.
She flat out told me she got rid of a baby in the woods a long time ago. And there was a man on a motorcycle that was on the side of the road and he called for help. Well, the people that went to help him beat him in the head and threw him in the trunk and they burned the body. She also told me the same thing about Karina McClurkin. My husband grew up with Garrett and his brother Gavin and their sister Gabby. His dad is a horrible person. And I said, how do you know Talitha was there to make sure it happened? Did she tell you that? And this is in regards to Nicole's case. And she said, she didn't tell me that. I guess that's my opinion, but I know her and I know how she is. And I know, dropping down to the bottom row here. And I know that's why she was there, to watch someone else do their dirty work, just like they always do. Now, when she's saying she is referring to the Paladinos and the people that they operate with. The Paladinos have connections all over Monticello, Delphi. It has been discussed by several, including Garrett Kurtz, who was heavily involved with the Paladinos, that they were bringing in a lot of drugs from Arizona, which is quite interesting because Valerie has ties. I believe that's where actually she's from, is Arizona, correct?
Yep.
So I then respond, tell me more about the motorcycle guy. How do you know this? Was his body ever found? What did she tell you about Karina McClurkin? And she said, no, the body, I have these two messages here flip-flopped. The body of the guy with the motorcycle has never been found. And I think I must have left one message out because I actually asked her, okay, Talitha is a liar though. How do you know that this person is, I know it. Sorry, it's right here. I'm retarded. Um, the body of the guy with the motorcycle was never found. Okay. I said, you've got me biting nails. I said, was he a real person at all? She is a liar too. And boom, you can see right there, she sends me the link and it's the fox59.com news segment on David Kallenberger's missing case. That's how I found Kim. That's how I found David Kallenberger's Facebook group on Facebook. I thought immediately, oh my God, there might be a connection here.
Yeah.
And between all of us who do the research on these cases, we're building kind of like a family tree of sides of the fence from the information that Kim has and all of the names that she has, and the through lines over into the people that we know that Talitha is possibly connected with, which it doesn't necessarily mean that it was the Paladinos, because Talitha has a lot of connections with a lot of bikers. Not necessarily people that I can pinpoint are affiliated with biker clubs or gangs, but if you go through her multiple Facebook pages, you'll see she has a lot of people who are into bikes. She has a lot of connections with a lot of drug dealers, meth dealers, heroin dealers, and there is a ton of information regarding hotshots that's been discussed. It came out of Talitha's own mouth in a letter that she wrote to Garrett that they were told to give Nicole Bowen a hot shot. And if David was ever incapacitated, that could have been possibly how. And then going forward, We're also later on in Ashley's case, when we talk more about, because we're going to obviously at some point talk more about the Palladinos, Crystal Palladino, who is Jason Palladino's sister. We've just been given a whole boatload of information on her and her hotshot dealings as well. So that is how these two cases kind of came together. Um, Not because Michael Phillips, just to be clear, not because Ashley Garth knew anything about David Kallenberger's case or Karina McClurkin's case and was telling me any information like you tried to say, was where I was getting my interest in this case. It didn't come from there at all. It came from a completely outside source, and I just provided you with the information. And I wanted to explain how, I got involved with this, but I'm glad that I did because hopefully hopefully this will help.
Hopefully we can get some answers for both families. Um, it's just such a twisted interlocking situation as far as I can see.
Well, and
Since,
like you, and
since
like
David and Valerie lived in Delphi at
yes,
one time.
yes, and see there, I think we skipped over that, unfortunately. So right here, David and Valerie lived in Delphi in 2010, and they lived at 6416 Old State Road, 25. Um, so if Valerie was into all of the meth, and do you know what her drug of choice was, Kim? Was it meth or was it heroin?
Both. She
She
liked
did
both.
both.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. Um, So in Delphi, there's a good possibility she ran across paths with people in that area. But the simple fact that, like I said, when this person brought up the baby and
Hmm.
you have absolute verification that there was an issue regarding a baby.
Having to do with
And right, out of her own mouth on her own post. And then you have the father of the child accusing her of doing something to the baby.
right.
Um, that set off,
Pretty
then
strong. Wow.
um, it was the very next day, this same person reached out with that information. Then we were able to go back and verify that those two were in fact in a jail together at the same time. That is not so that, I had to reach out. I'm like, "Okay, what is going on with this case, and is there a connection here?" So, I reached out to Kim, and the ball just kind of started rolling from there, and there are a handful. Dave Grader, does cross paths over into the Talitha Beckley, group of people that we have her associated with. Shadow, if you're still on here, drop a couple other names that we've got. Um, she's kind of built a whole, it looks like a little mini family tree, with left side being David's case and Valerie's people, and then the right side being Talitha, the Palladinos, the Dave Graders, and where we can cross these lines and paths of these two cases, if there's even a connection.
Right.
So, but things are meant to be, and here we are. So,
I just hope that if anybody has any information, they come forward. Don't be afraid, because if you don't want your name said, it won't be said. This is why H's name is not being said, because we're trying to protect her um, privacy and protect her family. Um, we know that this could involve some serious criminals, murderers, cartel. I believe that, the cartel's involved in all of this. Somehow, it leads to them. I've been told over and over again that there's a cartel there in Lafayette, that they're the ones that are handling these drugs, and I've heard the same about it being in Delphi, um, and possibly the Paladinos are tied up with the cartel, and that's why there's all this talk about drugs and hot shots and all this nonsense. It's not
And
nonsense. It's just it's scary.
and also too, I wanted to bring up the fact that um, I know that throughout the course of years, the rumors in David's case have just been
Horrific.
horrible.
Horrific.
All of the different various ways that the family has heard things that have happened to him, and one of them were obviously um, the the throwing in the trunk of the car. Uh, when you take Talitha having said that, and then there's blood in the trunk of the car.
Yep.
Then you've got also in these rumors um, that he was disposed of at a hog farm. And I know that there's hog farms throughout Indiana like crazy. However,
Well, they
one of
actually
the things,
say that he was sent to Packers, that somebody at Packers put him in with the pork, and he was actually made into sausage and
God.
sold. I mean, it just the thing I had nightmares. I had nightmares about my brother being cut up in little pieces and being in buckets in her closet in her house, because I had so many horrible stories told to me by people of what
Mhm.
they were told happened to my brother. They said they put him in a wood chipper, and that's how they got rid of his body. I was told that they cut him up in little pieces and burned him in Dave Grader's backyard. Um, that they put him in that they took him to a dog and cat an animal crematory and burn him up in it, and he was nothing but left but ashes. I mean, you cannot make this stuff up. It's just, and what it does to your psyche is just horrific. My niece, Ashley, she was just, I mean, I thought she was going to have a complete and total breakdown. And in fact, she just got out of a mental health center. She was she was sent there by the court for a psychological evaluation. She's so messed up, you know.
Mm.
And after all of this, I mean, when she lived with me for like 10 months after she had Aiden, and she was doing great. And she and I kind of had it out, and I took her back to Indiana and kind of dumped her because I just couldn't deal with her. She had uh, a bad temper, and but when she was here, she was clean. I mean, she would have beer on the weekend and stuff like that, but she was working. She was a functioning adult who was doing very well. And she went up there and she got around those people, and she got right back into that lifestyle, the drugs, um, and she just kind of went off the deep end. She had a daughter after she went up there, and she lost both of her kids because when she had
Mm.
she tested positive for meth, and they took the kids from her, and that was it. She never saw them again. And
Wow.
as far as I know, they're with Aiden's grandmother, her little boy's grandmother, which he would be like 7 years old. I think he just turned 7 in December. But it's sad how it's affected her and her psychological well-being. He's
No
just
doubt.
gone off the deep end, you know. And I don't know. I don't stay in touch with Eric every once in a while. If I hear something, I'll reach out to him, but I've never really even met him.
Hey, Eric, are you still on here? Sometimes, well, there's usually a little bit of a delay.
Right.
Well, about the all of the horrible rumors and things. Um, when you sent me the link to listen to the podcast a while back, I'll never forget. I was at work listening to it, um, and as soon as I heard hog farm, I'm like, oh my, geez, oh Pete. Because, and for those of you who are watching on the replay or haven't followed Ashley's case thoroughly, Jasmine Parker, who is a part of the Nicole Bowen case, I did an episode on her with her interrogation video. And she goes into extensive detail in her interrogation video about the night that Nicole died and how afraid of Garrett Kurtz she was because of the people he was connected to. But she even went further and said that she was really terrified of Talitha Beckley, and that Talitha had basically told her all about her criminal record, about how she'd been in and out of prison, in and out of jail, how she had killed people, how she had dumped bodies at a hog farm, how she had thrown bodies in a river. And you can go listen. She's on my channel, Jasmine Parker. Her whole you can listen to the live that I did, or you can watch her interrogation video all by itself under interrogations. But when I heard that, I was like, this is there's is this just can't be. And then
Let me just throw this in there, interject this real quick. For people who don't know, a hog will eat every single part of a human body, even the bones.
mm-hmm.
There will be nothing left. The hair, the fingernails, the toenails, the bones, everything is eaten.
Yeah. Well, and Jasmine in this interrogation video describes Talitha telling her, well, apparently Talitha will talk to criminals. Apparently, she has no problem she has no problem, bragging on her criminal record to other criminals, but she's not talking to anybody else. And she had told
maybe I should get in trouble and go get put in jail and have
she's in rock.
Maybe I can talk to them and get them to let me go into the jail and act like I'm a criminal so I can get the information out of her that I need.
Well, you're going to have to do it big because she's in Rockville prison. But
no,
she
get the jail to let me go in undercover.
There you go. Well, she describes to Jasmine in her interrogation video, talks about Talitha telling her about this farm and how they have this farm that they go to hide out at. And they go there, she said, to go underground to hide from the police. Well, yeah, Shadow says 60 days in.
Right. Right.
Eric, are you still there? He said, yes, he is. Eric, if you want to, I can drop you the link and you can come up here on screen with me and your aunt if you like. Just let me know. But so I always, when I heard, for all the months back when I had Jasmine's interrogation, I'm like, okay, she's talking about Hodges Drive. Hodges Drive is in Monticello. It's two trailers that sit on a property out there off of Hodges and 600. It's kind of secluded, and the Paladinos own it. They hang out there. They've been arrested there. They've had search warrants there. Other people have come and gone from living there. So that's who I'm assuming that they're talking about, this farm. That
Can I just interject again real quick? I'm sorry to keep interrupting you. Eric I just want to ask Eric a question. Eric, is there a connection between your dad and Valerie and Monticello?
Eric, if you want to come up, I'll give you the link and you can come on. I'll drop it in the chat. Eric, this is the link. All you got to do is click on it. It should bring you right in. And then I can bring you on. Okay, but while we're waiting for him, so I always thought that Toledo described Hodges Drive as a farm, and then over the course of time, and this came about after I got in contact with you, and I had other people reaching out. Come to find out that the Paladinos have a whole nother area that they go hang out at. That is out there. Oh, Kevin, if you're still in here, tell me. It's Oak or D, if you're still in here, where is it? There's another farm out there that they all go to that is secluded by pine trees. And apparently it is like this freaky area. There are broken down tractors, broken down cars all over the property, and train cars. Oakdale out there, out off 18 that D says Oakdale. Okay, that's where this farm is. And I'm still trying to pin down where it is on Google Earth. But they have railroad cars, like real railroad cars. 3 or 4 of them are actually connected and you can walk through them like a train. And then there are other train cars spread throughout the property that are half buried underground. And so there's all of these possibilities. And like I told you today, Kim, Indiana is like a cesspool of just, and it's so sad because I went out there in November, and I went out there for 3.5 days, and met Ashley's family, and the drive there was, I literally took out my phone and videotaped some of the drive. It was just beautiful. The landscaping, out there on the country road, just beautiful. Delphi was beautiful. Yes, Dee. She says, I still got to go out there. I'm sorry, I suck, Amy. Yeah, I'm trying to set up a drive-by.
You're right. It has become a cesspool because I grew up there in Indiana till I was about 11. And my memories as a child, that place was so innocent. People didn't lock their doors. They didn't worry about anything. There wasn't a drug problem. None of this crap was going on. It was a place of innocence. And I feel so bad for the kids that live there these days that have to deal with all of this garbage. Their parents, a lot of parents are, he said his phone's at 1%.
That's okay, Eric. Did you hear Kim's question? She asked you if David and Valerie, your dad and Valerie, had any connections to Monticello. But go ahead, Kim.
It just breaks my heart when I think about it. How these kids are growing up and their parents are so messed up on drugs that they can't even take care of them. They can't function like they can't have a normal family.
Well, and I think that's true to a certain degree, probably in every state. There's
Florida, and it's not like that here. Not at least not where I live. It's not.
No, I don't think it's to the degree of. I don't think it's to the degree of like Indiana. I think, and it could also be too. Indiana right now, I feel like there's a spotlight on the state because of the Delphi case and everybody basically pulling out the dirt on everybody. But
I felt this
um,
way when my brother first disappeared. I came back telling my husband and my kids, that Indiana is just nothing but drugs everywhere. Everybody's on meth. Everybody's doing heroin. I mean, it's not literally everybody, but that's how it seemed to me because it was so prevalent. Every single person that I met there, not other than when they lived out by the Oakdale.
they lived out? Okay. So when they lived in Delphi, or did they live in both places? Eric, did they live in both Oakdale and Delphi? Because now,
Wow, that's a connection right there. You were just talking about that.
yeah. And
That's
so,
crazy.
Toby, because I know Toby posted it. And so, Toby, is that area, does that run along the Tippecanoe River out there by where the Palladino's grandmother's property is? Am I in the same ballpark? Okay. Dee says yes. Um, Dee Bell says, did they live on Horseshoe Bend? Okay, hold on, I'm going to pop these in here. So,
It says it's located in the city limits of Peru.
well, I think that road. Okay, so, okay, one more. D, did you say Oakdale Dam? Yes. Okay, that is where. Yeah, okay, so
Monticello. Oakdale
yes,
Dam is in Monticello. I just pulled it up.
and that is where this crazy farm is supposed to be. That is where
Wow.
the Palladino's grandmother lived and owned a bait shop. The bait shop was for that dam, that waterway right there. So
There's
when
your,
I say that, I mean,
what more do you need?
um, Eric, let me see. There, under your scars, there's comments still coming in about the infestation of drugs. Under your scars says there's 22K in my town, meth, heroin, and fentanyl. Um, and
Mess.
under your scars is in Canada, by the way. That's where she lives. Um, Lacey says, currently working at Indiana University, Bloomington. Anytime a student comes up missing, gets swept under the rug to avoid bad publicity on the
Lacey
college.
is actually my cousin.
Oh, okay. Hi, Lacey. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Um, wow. I just don't know how they get away with sweeping missing people under the rug.
Well, that's
I
the thing.
just don't.
Lacey, do you remember the girl that disappeared there from IU several years, right around the same time that that David disappeared? It was like a couple years, or maybe even just a year before that. Didn't live at Horseshoe Bend, but definitely went through it. I'm not sure where Horseshoe Bend is, but
I'm assuming it's out there by Oakdale. Okay. Hold on a second.
they lived at Oakdale, correct?
So, hold on a second here. Why won't my little mousey here go up? It's, she says yes. D says yes, it's Monticello address, but actually Delphi.
Okay.
So, Eric, can you clarify one more time? Did they live in two different locations? Eric said, my dad really didn't go out trying to make friends, though. But Valerie would have been if Valerie was needing drugs and accessing people. I mean, that whole area right there. I mean, I know. I don't know if I don't want to ask a question and have somebody answer. I don't want to put somebody because I know some of these people in chat actually live in that area. So
Mhm.
I'll ask them privately. Um, and then Dee says, but if she was doing drugs, she would have known all of them people.
Well, that was in 2010. Eric were they doing drugs at that time? Do you know?
Well, when was Bailey born?
Bailey's like 19 or 20.
Okay, so she would have been born. She's 19 or 20. She'd have been
She
born
was
around
12 when
2003, 2004.
she was like 12 when David disappeared. So she's like 19 right now, 19 or 20. 20, I guess.
D Bell says Spear. D, are you talking about the girl who went missing that Kim's talking about?
I think so.
Lauren Spear, blonde hair,
Yes.
blue eyes.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
They still haven't found her.
So D Bell says, Toby, my aunt and uncle used to own Springboro store. My grandpa still lives right up there by the dam. So anybody listening on the replay, if you know a farm out there that there's freaking train cars at, I need to know where it's at. And Cherie says, I am in upstate New York, about 30 minutes from Canadian border. It's very rural. We have a lot of meth, heroin, and fentanyl use here. Now, see,
Are these people just bored and don't have anything else to do? I mean, I don't.
Well, the fentanyl thing, that's terrifying.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, I just had my chest opened up, as you know, about 4 weeks ago. And that's what they were giving me in the hospital. I'm sure it's a different, it's not the same fentanyl, but that stuff, I can understand why people get addicted to it. I was only on it for 1 day, but I'm glad I wasn't able to get it to bring home because I might have got messed up. But I just don't understand how people even can function.
I would be terrified. I would be terrified. Eric says, okay, yeah, both places. The Oakdale Dam was on one side of Delphi, and when they lived on Delphi, it was on the other side. When they lived in Delphi, it was on the other side. So
they lived in both places.
Now remember I told you, Kim, so the property owners of the house, one of the houses they lived in Delphi, the property owners live right there on the river.
Right.
That they rented a house from. Eric says the Oakdale Dam is between Monticello and Delphi.
Okay.
So, and then am I wrong, Dee? I think I'm right. So the dam that runs into the Tippecanoe River, correct? And further down on the other side is Yeoman, which is where Curtis Palladino lives. Right there on the other side of the water.
And Eric, do you recognize any of the names that she's mentioned?
I've asked him and he said no, but I don't know how old is Eric because
his 30s.
Okay, well, that doesn't put him out of
He's around like 35 or 36 maybe. I could be wrong. He could be older than that. But I think that he's somewhere around that age. Let me look.
But Eric, when you lived, did you live there in Delphi and Oakdale when they lived there? Did you live with them then?
Nope. I
No, he
think I
didn't. Okay. So he
no.
wouldn't have gone to school or been around so much in that area.
He did not live with his dad when he was growing up.
Oh, so Eric says the bait shop was
The big,
right down the road from my dad's trailer when he lived by the Oakdale.
how old were you at that time, Eric? Do you remember?
Wow.
Okay, he was born in 87.
Um, Shadow, what did we just go over? And Eric, you don't know, okay, D, verify, clarify your
So he's 30,
text.
he's close to 37.
Hey, D, clarify your text to me about Crystal. What the information is that I have, or if someone knows her. I mean, because I can talk about it. I'll talk. I can. Um, I was going to look up because we just went over this. Shadow, what year was Palladino born? We just talked about this last week. I can't remember. 77, I think it was. So
So he's a
Jay
bit older.
if I'm remembering correctly, yeah, Jason's older, but his sisters are younger. Crystal Palladino is, I want to say, in her early 30s.
And now there is a connection between her and Ashley because they were in jail together recently. Crystal and Ashley. Crystal Palladino. I'm saying this because I'm letting Eric know that there is a connection there. She said she didn't meet her or anything, so which is really a shame because she might have been able to get some valuable info out of her.
Yeah, yeah, they were just in Tippecanoe together, and I think um, I think Crystal has a hearing at the end of this month.
Mm.
But so here's what I here. Okay, I'll tell you guys really quick the story about Crystal. Um, Dee, did you get that message taken down? If not, I'll take care of it. I don't know what you accidentally did, but um, so Crystal Palladino, we came across some things about her, and we're looking into all of them because there's just so many connections. Well, we came across some information that Crystal was being accused of being a murderer. And the people who were accusing her, I took the initiative to reach out to them. And because we weren't friends on social media, I think my messages went unseen and unanswered for several months. Well, I just got this is actually, Kim, the last time when we talked about Ashley being in there with Crystal.
Uh,
This has happened since then.
right.
This
I remember you telling me that you thought that your messages were being overlooked because you weren't on their Facebook. You weren't their friend on Facebook.
Right. So this person messaged me back, and of course, I had to kind of like clarify who I was and why I was reaching out. And they, I had to show them proof because they were nervous. So what it was is Crystal Palladino was dating a guy, and I'm not going to say his name, but she had gotten involved in running scams through an app called the Neighborhood app,
Mm-hmm.
where she was going, and if you're not familiar with the Neighborhood app, it's basically an app that is supposed to make your neighborhood more neighborly, to where you go in, you download this app, you put in your address, and it connects you with anybody in your neighborhood that's also on the app. So people, will post stuff on there about, someone's car was broken into, or hey, I need my grass cut, whatever, whatever. So Crystal was on there offering house cleaning services, and she was getting hired to go in and clean people's homes and then robbing them. Well, apparently this happened several times, and I don't know how she got caught, but she did. And or she was actually, I think she was caught on video or something to that effect, and she took off and she left her phone in this person's house. So this person took it upon themselves. I don't know if the girl didn't have her phone locked or what, but they got access to her phone. And this person was communicating in the neighborhood app with other neighbors like, hey, watch out for this person. She's been stealing, she's been doing this. And not only that, but here's this. So they came across a text thread in Crystal Palladino's phone where she's communicating with, it looks like, and I have the messages, they actually sent them to me. I just didn't put them in this presentation tonight. I should have, I guess.
I
But
love
she is communicating with what looks like a drug dealer, and she's ordering up a hot shot that she wants to give to her baby's father because she doesn't want to deal with him anymore. She wants him out of her kid's life. And this person is basically asking her what kind of hot shot she wants. Does she want fentanyl or does she want air? I don't know what the air means, but that's what the request was. What do you want? Da 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 da. Well, apparently the hot shot was created. She got it. Well, then she's communicating with somebody else in her phone, basically saying that she did it and she needed a ride because she's on the run. And this person's like, "Are you kidding me? You actually went through with it?" And she's like, "Well, I didn't do it. He did it too. He injected himself." And then the person is basically telling her, "F off. I'm not picking you up. I don't want anything to do with you. Don't contact me again." Well, we were able, I guess, Shadow was able to find out that the boyfriend, the Crystal Palladino's boyfriend, did not die, but he was shot up in the neck, and I believe it was an overdose, in a car in the parking lot of a thrift store. So these are the kinds of people that we're dealing with. And then Talitha Beckley is literally, I mean, it explains in Ashley Garth's case, it explains the complete and utter loyalty that the Palladinos have with her and she has to them. Because if they have been involved in other things together, for example, maybe a case like David's or something else similar, they're holding secrets for each other. Oh yes, and guys, the farm out there by Oakdale with the train cars on it has a big red barn on it, and on top of all of that, I've been told by somebody who's been to the farm that the farm is owned by a guy named Doug, but he is the father of Curtis Palladino's ex-wife. I hope everybody took out their paper and pens. Like I told him at the beginning.
Of which Palladino?
So Curtis Palladino was married to a woman who her name
Is this the father of what's his name? Jason?
So okay, so Curtis Palladino is the father of Jason Palladino, Crystal Palladino. There's 3 daughters, and then so you've got Curtis And then you've got Mark. Mark Palladino is Curtis's brother. Mark Palladino, at one point in time, was hot and heavy in a relationship slash best friends with Talitha Beckley. They were arrested together. They were caught breaking into a house together. They were arrested on the property at a different point in time. Mark and Curtis are brothers.
Okay.
Curtis is Jason Palladino's dad, Crystal Palladino's dad, and I believe CJ Palladino's dad. CJ Palladino is in California,
CJ.
and there's a lot of nefarious stories that I've heard about why he's in California.
How old is he?
I believe he's a little older than Jason Palladino, and I think Jason Palladino is about in his early 40s.
Okay,
If
the
I'm off, guys.
thing is, remember our conversation? I asked you about whether you thought, or no, that was the other guy. That was the Garth guy, or was it Garth? There was a guy that we had a conversation about one of these guys involved in that case. The one that gave her the one that killed Nicole, the guy that
Garrett. Yes.
Okay, so I'm thinking of the wrong person because I'm
Garrett.
wondering who the crap had the balls to go up against my brother.
Well, they wouldn't have to go up against him if they walked up behind him and popped a needle in his neck. I mean, I don't know.
When did he move to California? Do you know?
Who, CJ? It was before. I believe it was before. Well, I'd have to go back and look. I have a whole presentation on him and his brother. I'd have to go back and look at the latest court records that I can find, because I know shortly after one of his big hearings, he dipped out. And then Jason Palladino, I was told, left for California within days of the murders in Delphi. Within a day or two of the murders in Delphi. And then now he's back. But see, apparently Mark and Curtis both are from California. We know that the Palladinos' parents are from California.
Okay.
So Shadow, thank you, Shadow. Shadow says Crystal is 40 or 41. She's looking.
Okay, so she's quite a bit older than David, or
a little bit. And then Toby Garth.
Eric and Ashley.
Toby Garth says there were 3 bait shops in that area. Eric says, I meant when they lived on 25th, it was on the other side of Delphi.
25.
So okay. So Eric, what you're saying is when they lived on 25th, you mean the other side of Delphi away from Monticello? I think that I'm thinking that's what he means, which is not that far. I mean, Delphi is not big at all. Huh?
I think it's Highway 25 is what he's talking about, right?
D. Bell says Crystal never gets in trouble for all the trouble she gets in. It doesn't seem like any of the Palladinos do. I mean, come on. Yeah, Ashley Garth is sitting in prison for a 33-year conspiracy theory, and Jason Palladino was supposed to be the person who created the conspiracy to kill Nicole, but yet he never walks in the courtroom once.
He's not charged.
Eric's 36.
Okay.
D. Bell said she's in jail and then bam, out. In the same case, probation violations out the ass, and they put her right back out again. Never seen nothing like it. That's the same with, I'll say this. I believe that Crystal has been technically on record in a lot more trouble than CJ or Jason Palladino. Jason Palladino doesn't really have an extensive record.
Crystal is just in jail. She is in jail, right?
She is in jail, yes. She's in Tippecanoe.
Yeah.
No, I helped him remodel his trailer when he lived by Oakdale Dam, which was walking distance from the river.
Okay.
Smitty's Bait Shop.
Replying to your question about whether he lived with them at that time.
Yes. Toby, when you say Smitty's Bait Shop, is that the one owned by the Palladino's grandma, or is that a different one?
Good.
Hey Eric.
You up.
Yeah, Eric, if you hear, hey, Cherie's good at this. Cherie, can you drop the link to the live? I think it's called Tangled Web. It's got the black and lime green thumbnail. That's the episode where I went over the Palladinos quite a bit. If you could you drop that link in the chat so Eric can go watch it? Because I've got their information, their pictures and whatnot in there. Yeah, favorite uncle. Mark is Talitha Beckley's favorite uncle. That is when Nicole was killed. She gave her phone and her tablet to Terry Smothers, who lived on Hodges Drive in Monticello, to give to her favorite uncle, which was Uncle Mark, to dispose of, because Jason Palladino and Garrett Kurtz had been using Talitha's phone the night that Nicole was murdered, and Jason Palladino was telling Garrett to give Nicole a hot shot. So before Talitha turned herself in, she got rid of her phones. And she even finally had to, she was forcibly, right?
Sound just like Valerie,
Yeah, it does. So Shadow says, yeah, Jason, Crystal, CJ, and Talitha all are 40 to 43 years old.
Okay. So I just want to say this to Eric. Do me a favor and go to the police post. Go to the state police post there, over there by Battleground, and demand to see Holman. Don't wait for him to contact you. Go in there and say, I want to see him. Is he here? Don't wait for him to call you, because the call will never come. Either see him or say, if he's not in, I want to talk to Rector, because that's the last person they told me that was handling his case. His case.
D-Bell said, Amy, that's the first thing I thought when Kim said he would have fought hard, was that they drugged him, especially since you guys talked about her potentially poisoning him.
Yeah.
I mean,
maybe because he was, still sick. Maybe he was weakened. I don't know, but
and for everybody who's listening, there's a fine line between throwing somebody under the bus with no proof or anything like that. And I don't normally put names out.
Right.
But these names are names that I have been talking about for over a year now, that not only have I talked about, but multiple other creators have talked about the Palladinos. And, with Nicole's case, the information that it's not me just talking. I have provided everybody with court documentation, handwritten letters, text messages from Garrett himself. I've provided proof. So when I speak on these things, I'm speaking on it factually. And the connection between this case and David's case, I'm not making up. It was brought to my attention. And for the simple fact that Talitha would attach herself to such a case.
Yeah, she didn't pull it out of thin air.
Yeah, she didn't pull it out of thin air. And then to find out, to be honest, I'm a little bit shocked right now, because I knew that David and Valerie lived in Delphi. I did not know that they lived over there in Monticello. That's a game changer, especially on the same road that the Palladino's grandmother lives on, and that same address where the grandmother lives. which I went over it in the
Oh, I
other live,
wonder.
the
Eric,
Tangled Web lie
did
that
Ada live with them at that time? Can you tell me? Because she may have known Palladino's grandmother.
well, that address where the Palladino's grandmother lives is the address that Mark Palladino and CJ Palladino gave every single time that they were arrested. Even when Mark was arrested on Hodges Drive, he would give the grandmother's address.
Right.
They never gave the Hodges Drive address.
Well, what I'm saying though is maybe if Eric's grandmother lived out there, Ada was a very friendly person. She may have known Miss Palladino at that time.
So, Shadow, drop the name. What's grandma's name? Because if I remember correctly, her last name isn't Palladino. I believe she's if I'm not mistaken, Shadow will tell me.
Okay.
The grandmother that lives by the dam is on the mother's side.
Oh, okay. So
I could be wrong. I could be wrong, but I know that we've discussed that extensively.
okay.
And so right here, Eric, where you see I don't recall where she posted the link here. If you click on that link, it'll take you to the live that I did where we discussed the Palladinos. And D-Bell, so I was told that one time, but I've also been told after that he still lives in the second trailer on Hodges Drive.
And
She's
who's
talking about
Terry?
Terry Smothers. Terry Smothers lived on. So there's a name, Eric. Terry Smothers. He has a son named Avery Smothers. Terry Smothers is involved closely with the Palladino family. He is who Talitha Beckley gave her cell phone and tablet to, Terry Smothers.
Okay.
Yes, it's Tangled Web.
I wish we could get a hold of that phone.
So Toby, did Matt kill himself or did he have help killing himself? Your opinion? I know the answer to this. Well, not the answer. I know an accusation related to this, but I'll let Toby answer you.
Who's Matt?
Okay. This is a whole hot. So you have to understand Hodges Drive is such a small road right there in Monticello where the Palladinos that the trailers are.
Mhm.
And there's been a lot of different things that have been said about that property. Well, there was a suicide. Okay. The property that sits
There
right in
was.
the property that sits right in front of the Palladino trailers is, I'm not going to say the name, but it was owned by someone whose husband supposedly or allegedly committed suicide.
This Matt.
This is the Matt.
Okay.
And I have been told by the neighbor across the street that right before Matt's body was found and Matt died via gunshot wound, that Avery, who is Terry Smothers' son, was running around Hodges Drive attempting to sell a shotgun.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah. So again, and that same property,
I always find it amazing that someone kills themselves with a shotgun.
I don't know.
I'm just going to be honest with you. I have a brother who did, or I had a brother who did.
Oh no. With a shotgun?
With a shotgun. He was sitting in his truck and he put the shotgun to his head and he leaned up. I mean, he had the butt of the gun on the floor and he leaned his head up over the shotgun and he pulled the trigger and blew part of his head off.
Oh my goodness.
There's a case for you. It's already been solved because they know that my brother was the one that did it. But this is a different brother, obviously. But he killed his girlfriend, her husband, and her son, and then killed
Hmm.
himself down in down in Mitchell, Indiana, a few years ago.
Wow. That'd be a horrible way.
I have one brother. I'm the oldest of 10 kids between my mom and my dad.
Holy crap. There's 10 of you?
Yep. I have one brother that's still alive, and I have two sisters. Well, actually, I have three sisters. Um, but my sister and I are the only ones that really are. I mean, my one brother, Robbie, he's the baby. I have contact with him, and I have contact with my sister Chris, who was on earlier. But I don't have contact with the other two sisters much.
Mm.
But yeah, and every one of these cases, and I had a brother who died from a hot shot too. One of my brothers.
Wow.
Yep. And the other one died from cancer. So all but one's gone. But everybody has their crosses to bear, and I always felt like I should have been the first one to go. I'm the oldest, but I've watched all of these go.
Wow.
Know what it feels like to lose somebody to drugs. You know,
Mm.
it's awful. Actually, I know how. I had a cousin who died from an overdose as well. YouTubers
Yes,
are
under your scars,
unalive
unaliving instead of,
for what
well,
reasons? What's
tonight,
unalive mean?
okay, so the S word, taking your own life, unaliving. So
Oh,
YouTube has dinger words, but because my AdSense account, I long story, when you have YouTube, you have to create an AdSense account. My dumb self created a second one, don't know when, don't know how. So I had to go in and fix it. When you go in and you adjust your AdSense account, once you make a change,
mm-hmm,
it pauses everything for 32 days.
mm-hmm.
So they can't ding me right now because my channel's not being monetized at the moment. But it will be back to being it'll be back to normal on the 27th of this month.
What's the R
But
word?
yes, um, the assault, S assault, I think
Oh,
she's talking about.
the
No,
gun?
no,
No.
um, an assault on a woman by a
Oh, I
man.
got you.
Okay. So
Well,
Shadow
they
said,
said that, did
Shadow,
they?
no, she was just listing the words.
David and
Um,
Valerie rented the house that was 2 miles from the grandma's house. Okay.
is we got to find that. We have to find. You know what? This stupid farm with the train cars on it might not even be anything. I just have to find it because normally I can find it. I can find something that I'm looking for, but this one has got me aggravated because I want to see it. Like, what the heck? There's train cars on a farm,
Is it a
and
pig
they're
farm?
I don't know if it's a big farm or not.
No, a
I
pig
I
farm.
I don't think it has animals.
Oh, okay.
I think I know that I've been told that the man who owns it doesn't take very good care of it. Like, he's always late to plow his fields and whatnot. A
Well,
tractor was
obviously he
broke.
doesn't take good care of it if it's got all these containers, these train cars on it and junk.
Right. But the fact that I mean, how are you like how I have to see how train cars can be partially buried. That's
Well,
just so weird to me.
they're containers. You know, the
I I
shipping
have
containers.
I have to see him. I have to see
Bury,
him.
believe it or not, people bury them and fill them up and use them as pools.
You probably could use it as like a, like back in the old days when they used to have like an underground cellar for like storing canned goods and things like that. They could probably use it for a lot of things.
Yep.
Yeah.
Bomb
You could
shelter.
probably
Or I think it's a bomb shelter or tornado, somewhere to go during a tornado.
right,
You know,
or to hide bodies.
yeah, without a doubt.
D-Bell says, sorry, I'm just learning about some of this stuff because I'm not in communication with my people at all because of all of the drug use. And so I have a lot of questions. Okay, so Toby Gart says, I was told Terry was renting another house from Rhonda.
Russell Stant.
South and I've been told that too, but I've also been told I've been told very recently that he's still in that second trailer. Under Your Scar says, damn. Maybe the River Cottage. What's the River Cottage, D? Oh, that's for Toby. Okay. Shadow says, D-Bell, it was Smith we talked about in Discord, right? When I figured the name out of the grandma. I think there's two Smiths that you guys are talking about. Toby says, all close to the river. I think he's talking about the bait shop. D-Bell says, Shadow, I don't know because I was talking about Smiths that night, but it is not related to the Paladinos. Smiths, so I can remember. Yeah, the Smiths aren't related to the Paladinos, but Avery Smothers is Terry Smothers' son, who was living on the Palladino property at the time that I believe Matt Smith unalived himself.
Mm.
So, okay, I thought so because I remember clarifying that was the name.
Yeah, right.
Yep.
I believe that that's a real thing, the population control.
Okay, D, take that down.
Whatever it is, I can't see it. It went away.
Okay, I just took it down. I want you to, but I don't want you to post it. So D's talking about the farm. Yes, and I remembered it had all of those weird buildings, and then the one down the road is blurred out. The dog bone. Oh, yes, that's correct. Oh, so that's interesting. So we thought we found the farm on Google Earth one night. There was me and Cherie and Shadow and D. We were all in Discord, and we were sharing our screens and going through Google Earth. And where we thought the property was, there are blacked out areas on this property, and the one was in a big shape of a dog bone. And if you look it up, you can request, which I didn't know this, D informed us that you can contact Google Earth and you can have your property or certain areas on your property blacked out from Google Earth.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
That was one of the things that I said to the law enforcement was, you can see my property any given time on Google Earth. And there are all these cameras nowadays on the highways and stuff that record everything, but there were no cameras, supposedly. There were no recordings of my brother out there on the highway for hours that day. And
so not even the state trooper that pulled up didn't even have a camera on his car?
Nope.
That you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of.
Lacey says never underestimate a crackhead. They can bury anything, like trains.
Yeah,
I have to see it. I've got to go see it. And D Bell says,
I love that
yes,
girl. Hilarious.
Shipping container bunkers are a thing.
Yep, they are.
And D Bell says, yeah, Kim, they can always find surveillance to arrest you, but never to help you. It's effed up.
Yep, it sure is.
Yep.
When you need their help, they're not there, buddy. But boy, if they can get you and lock you up, they're going to, especially if you're out of state. If you're from out of state, hey, be careful, especially in Indiana. I was driving through there. I was going to spend one night. When my first granddaughter was born, I was going to spend one night, and I was going to drive from there to Indiana or to Idaho to meet my new granddaughter. And I'm in Bedford, Indiana, this little bitty town that's nothing, on my way to go see my father. And I get pulled over for speeding. And this cop pulls me over. He's in an unmarked car. And he walks up to me in his sweats.
What?
And I'm like, are you serious?
I would have drove off. I'd have been afraid.
He gave me a ticket for speeding. And it was a healthy ticket too. Yeah, that's the truth. Well, or you come on vacation, leave on probation. Yeah. Or in a casket, one or the other.
Oh my goodness.
Jeez. Well, they'll have to take me because that's where my burial plot is.
Yeah, and well, that's another thing that we talked about today is too, the getting answers about David, if he's no longer with us anymore, then you would like to be able to give him a proper burial. I mean, I
Yes.
mean, they have a civil duty to
Even
you
if
to
they can't find his
provide you with
ashes,
that.
if they did burn him, I want his ashes. I want to be able to take him to my mother. If I can find his bones, then they can put him in my they can put him in my grave until I die, and then they can dig him up and put him in my casket with me right before they put me in the ground.
That's the least. And D Belts, she says, um, well, yeah, Shadow. Shadow said, I think in response to D Bell's comment about come to Indiana on vacation and leave on probation. She said, but scary at same time for sure.
Yeah.
Cherie might be able to answer that for us, seeing as how uh, and it might vary on what the laws are state to state. I know when I worked for when I worked for the police department here, they if they were in an unmarked vehicle, well, first of all, they shouldn't be pulling anybody over when they're not on duty. If they have to pull somebody over, at least back when I worked for the police department, if they were not on duty in an unmarked vehicle, they could pull you over, but they would have to call for backup for an on duty officer to assist. But I'm sure Cherie can answer that because she works on the David Holtzclaw case out of Oklahoma, and he was charged and he got in trouble. He had pulled somebody over. He was in a marked vehicle in uniform, but he was off duty when he pulled someone over. So, Cherie, maybe you know the answer. Like in Oklahoma, are they allowed to pull somebody? Are they permitted to pull somebody over off duty? Is that something that you guys have discussed throughout his case? D. Bell says, let me.
Anything goes in Indiana.
Lacey says Bedford is well known for drug traffickers. Cops in Bedford have a reputation of having their hand in the cookie jar. Well, I'm starting to believe that a lot of law enforcement there have their hands in the cookie jar.
I think it's throughout the whole state. I think it's epidemic proportion.
Probably a town marshal. They think they own their towns. Shadow says, yeah, and you're allowed to. All cops, if you are not sure if it's an officer pulling you over, so that a way you can't get in trouble for driving still. Yeah, I think. I mean, the unmarked car, out of uniform, that started the onset of women, especially being told that if you're being pulled over, um, by anybody, even a cruiser, to pull over in a well-lit area.
Right. Well, this was in the daytime. It was probably about 6 o'clock. It was
Mhm.
still daylight out. But, I was in a construction zone, and I was on my phone talking to my dad, trying to find him and not really paying attention to my speed, and he got me, you know. That was the first of 3 speeding tickets that I got on that trip.
You're a rebel.
One of them I was doing like 95 and a 60. I
Oh,
was
shoot.
afraid they were gonna take me to jail.
You had 3 hefty tickets that weekend, huh?
Oh, you ain't lying. And actually, I had to wait for like 3 or 4 days before I could continue on my trip because they got a huge snowstorm out west. And I was afraid I wouldn't make it through because you
Hmm.
got to go through Colorado or
That's
Nebraska.
a long drive. My gosh.
Yeah, it was. It took me a day and a half to get there from Indiana. And I
And
had
after
drove
you
up
get
from Florida to Indiana. I was stopping in. I was going to see my dad, go to karaoke with him, and then go to my mom's, spend the night, get up the next morning, and leave to go to Idaho. Well, I got sidelined at my mom's for a few days, which wasn't a bad thing because I got to spend time with her. But I'm telling you,
and you probably, after all of the speeding tickets, you probably could have afforded to fly to each place.
well, here's the thing: I couldn't fly because I had my van loaded down with baby stuff for my new grandbaby. I mean that van was full.
Oh my goodness.
Lacey, she's so funny.
So,
Oh, I
Cherie,
take that back. He actually pulled me over because I was speeding, but he also questioned me heavily about all the stuff I had in my van because I had a Florida tag. He wanted to know what the heck I had in my van because you could see that there were boxes of stuff. Yeah, there were boxes of blankets that I crocheted for her, and I got every McDonald's Happy Meal toy that I could find from the time I found out that her mother was pregnant with her till the time I went out there. And I went garage sailing. I bought new stuff. I mean, I had everything you could think of. The only thing I didn't have was a crib and a high chair for this baby. I had clothes for her until she was 24 months old. And he wanted to know what was in those boxes and what I was doing in Indiana. He asked me that. What are you doing here?
hmm.
What is your purpose in being in Indiana? And I said, I'm on my way to see my granddaughter out in Idaho. Well, why did you come by way of Indiana? I said, because my parents live here. I stopped to see them. So he gave me a ticket for speeding and sent me on my way. But
We need him on David's case.
yeah, no kidding. Somebody that actually ask questions.
Right.
Be nosy. I'm telling you, I think that these cops up there, yes, it was my first grandbaby, a little girl. Only she's not little anymore. She's married, and I'm waiting for her to get pregnant and have a great grandbaby. Nice. I crochet. I have a one great granddaughter. She was born, she just turned a year old on the 7th of February. And we just had her birthday party here last weekend. But I crocheted like 5 or 6 blankets for her. I crocheted one blanket for her crib. It was a crib size blanket. And I made one to match her mother's king size bed
Oh my gosh.
before she
I
was
need to learn. I want to learn how to crochet. It just looks like it's relaxing.
so easy, and it is relaxing. It really is.
It looks like it, and I love blankets. So, and my oldest is getting ready to have her first baby and my first grandbaby. So,
Congratulations. Do you know what she's having?
thank you. A girl. She just found out she's having a girl.
Aw, cool.
So yeah, she's one of those. Well, for one, she's going to be a great mommy, but everything has to be a specific way. So like she has a dog, an Aussie, a mini Aussie, and that dog has never tasted real dog food in its life. Everything is fresh meat. I mean, the most expensive shampoo. So we were talking the other day, and I was telling her that I'm going to buy all the stuff that I need for here, pack and play, bouncy chairs. I'm like, that way when I have her, you don't have to pack up her life. And she's like, well, don't buy diapers or bottles because she's going to use specific kinds. And I'm like, okay,
She
Kaylee,
ahead of time.
I'm like, that'll last for about 2 months.
Yeah, they go through every size so quickly. I couldn't believe how fast my great granddaughter went from being in newborn to being into 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5, and now she's in 6, and she's only a year old. It's like, holy crap! She just keeps growing and growing and growing so fast. And
Right. They
I bought a
do.
ton of clothes for her, and she didn't get to wear half of them.
Yeah.
She got to wear them.
Yeah, especially if they don't have the right size and the right season, they get skipped. That little section of the wardrobe. Yeah, I know Dee's crocheting a blanket right now for my daughter. So
Oh, nice.
yeah.
That's
Um,
awesome. But yeah, anyway, so
oh my goodness, what'd she say? Cherie says that she thinks crocheting is fast compared to knitting. Yeah,
I
knitting looks
it's
difficult.
way easier than knitting. I tried to knit. I was teaching myself, but I couldn't. Holy moly!
Okay, that's okay. Is that different? I'm assuming Canadian money is different.
Well, and they probably you need to get like the farmer's dog or whatever it's called. It's got meat and vegetables in it. That's what they put my son put his dog on, and I'm telling you, that dog is in the best shape it's been in years.
Well, Under Your Scars is saying that to tell her to not let her have too much meat.
Right, and
Um,
that's the thing. It has meat, but it's mostly vegetables. It looks like people food. I'm telling you.
yeah, well, Kaylee started out, she used to boil chicken and would
Yeah,
shred real chicken. And I mean, so like we have a pool in the backyard. And when they come over in the summer, she brings Nova with her and she brings her chicken and she's like, okay, it's time for Nova to eat. She'll
right.
boil the chicken. And I'm like, oh my gosh, but her dog is the smartest dog in the world. And she's traveled the world with my daughter. She's goes on planes. I mean,
You'd be
so,
surprised. You can feed your dogs. You can feed them blueberries, a lot of different berries, lots of different vegetables, carrots, all of that. Peas.
mhm. Well,
I
I have
have
an English.
a cousin who makes her own dog food, and it's just people food.
I used to do that. I had 3 golden retrievers, and unfortunately, I've lost 2, natural causes. My last one is 14, and, he used to get home I used to make him homemade dog food that I would, put in a bag that I would mix with his regular food. But now he's to the point where you can't change anything about his diet at all. You can't give him even treats.
Right.
It just messes up his stomach. So he doesn't get any of that
Yeah.
anymore.
We had
And
we had two dogs. We had a Rhodesian Ridgeback, and then we had a Dachshund. And Lacey's talking about her little baby boy she just had. He's 3 months.
size 2 diapers, he's
So
chunky.
size 2 diapers already. Yeah, it goes quick. But anyway, we could not give them any kind of people food. They would throw it up every single time. Like we
Mhm.
we would go to the meat market. I buy my meat from the meat market because it's less expensive that way and you get better cuts. And so, at least here. And so I would go there and I bought bones. I bought the leg bones and, the cow bones
Mhm.
for the dogs, for the marrow. It's supposed to be good for
Mhm.
them. They couldn't eat it. They threw them up every single time. And so we could not give them anything except for their dog food, and we could give them treats. They could have the treats, and they were fine. Every once in a while, my husband would, if we had a steak, he'd cut just a little bit of it up and give to them, and they would be okay that way. But if you tried to give them a bunch of any kind of meat, they were hawking it up. You know,
Yeah.
they just couldn't handle it. And my cat, I have a cat now that she can't have any kind of treats or anything because she's the same way. She'll throw it up every single time.
Hmm. Jax will get when I get up in the morning, and pack when I get up to pack my lunch for work. If I'm fixing anything like a sandwich to pack, I will. Jax can I don't know why he loves bread, but he does. I'll give him. I'll take a slice of bread and tear him off some pieces. And he thinks that's the cat's meow. But
Right. It's like
anything else,
giving candy
he,
to a kid.
yeah, anything else. Dee says she can crochet in the dark, but she can't knit worth shit.
Yeah, I've been crocheting since I was about the same age. I learned to crochet from when I was in the Girl Scouts. We adopted a grandmother that was part of our that was our special badge.
Hmm.
Adopted grandmother for to get our special badge for that year. And so I found everybody talked about this woman in town that nobody liked. She was supposed to be this really mean lady that nobody liked, and she was some big shot in the city government in the little town that we lived in. I can't remember what she was, but anyway, nobody liked her. So I decided that was who was going to be my adopted grandmother. So I went and knocked on her door and I told her why I was there. I introduced myself and I said, we're doing a special badge for Girl Scouts. I think it was maybe brownies instead of Girl Scouts. But anyway, I said, and I picked you to be my grandma. Well, you would have thought that she won $1 million. She was so happy. And she was the one that taught me how to crochet.
Aw.
My
Probably
own
ended up being the nicest woman ever.
do that, and she couldn't do it, but this woman taught me how to crochet, and I've done it ever since. She
My
taught me
grandma
how to
crocheted.
square, and that was
My
the
grandma
only thing that she taught me. But everything else I've done, I've self-taught myself.
Mhm.
But
My grandma used to crochet, and she taught me how to make a chain. That's
yeah,
all that's all I knew how to do. So under your scar says 23.75 US it is, Amy.
wow,
Yeah, that's still a lot of money,
those are
Lord.
high. But you know what? In Indiana, vets are cheap.
Well, I have 2 different vets, and, the one I've used for years, um but they don't do certain it's weird because they're like a little mom and pop vet, and
Uh-huh.
their office visits really inexpensive, and they get you in and get you out. But I have 2 cats,
Mm,
and I had them both, spayed. Well, one spayed, the other one's neutered, but I needed to get them declawed
uh-huh.
just because they don't tear up the furniture,
Right.
and, it's hard to find a vet around here that will declaw them. They don't do it anymore.
They're saying you shouldn't declaw them. It's not good for the animal. It's very stressful for them for one, and it's just not good for them. And if they do get outside, they can't defend themselves. Although I know they only take out the front claws. They don't.
They only take out the front, and I had them done when they were babies, and the vet that I used for my cats, they did both procedures at the same time. So they were under, and they kept them overnight. So they were there for 2 days. Dropped them off in the morning, they kept them overnight, and then I was able to pick them up after work, and they literally they didn't miss a beat. So
When I
they still get on my furniture and do their pawing, but there's nothing happening.
right, my aunt has her cats declawed, but I adopted mine from the Pet Alliance, and they made me sign papers when I adopted them.
Really?
Yeah, that said, one, I would not let them, I would not keep them outside. They had to be indoor animals. And
Yeah.
two, I could not have them declawed.
Wow.
Yeah. They said it was cruel to declaw them.
Yeah, I've heard that too, but
Well,
I
what's the
just
difference? They'll cut off a dog's tail.
yeah, they dock their tails. Yeah.
And
Well,
they cut out their dew claws. What's the
mhm.
difference? You know.
Yeah. Yep.
Anyway, neither here nor
Well,
there. I'm lucky I have cats that don't tear up my furniture. They just tear up the cat tree.
well, they would tear mine would I mean, if they had claws still, they would be tearing up some stuff. And
Well, listen to this. We lived in a camper on my house got destroyed in Hurricane Ian.
okay. Oh, wow.
Um,
Okay.
in 2022. Yeah, the fall of 2022. My brother was dying, and I had come home for a week. And during that time, there was a hurricane, and my house got destroyed, and I didn't get to go back and be there when my brother passed away. But anyway, I digress. But so we lived in a camper with those cats for 9 months.
Uh-huh.
And I'm telling you, that was an adventure. That
Yeah,
was
because they
that.
can't go.
Oh
They
my God. The one, her hair was falling out. She was so stressed out.
oh no.
I mean, they were used to being in our house, and I had a screened in porch on the front. So I would let them go out there and sit and enjoy the weather. I went and bought this cage for them with a top on it so that I could let them go outdoors and hang out.
Mhm.
Oh my God, you'd have thought I was killing them when I put
They
them. They were, oh yeah, bellowing like crazy. And then when
Mhm.
we first moved back into the house, again, they were stressed. You
Yeah,
know,
they don't cats don't do well, my cats they're pretty I've gotten lucky. They're very social. Mine are, and,
mine
like, in
aren't.
the summer mine are in the summertime, we have a privacy fenced in yard, and they'll when we're out in the pool or on the patio, they'll come out, lay in the sun on the patio. They don't leave the yard. They just hang out right there on the patio. I have I have an African gray parrot who, when I get him out and he walks around on the kitchen floor, he walks around with the cat, and if they're sitting over there, if they're sitting at their food bowl eating, he will walk right over there and stand right there and talk to them while they're eating, and they don't I mean, they're very social.
Wow, that's
Yeah.
mine. You know, my son, they have a golden retriever, and they bring him to my house with them when they come to visit. So that they don't have to pay somebody to go take care of him, while they're
Mhm.
here. Because they'll come over and spend the weekend with us. We have a guest room here that they always stay in. We have a couple guest rooms. But anyway, so my cats will not come out when that dog's in this house. They were here this past weekend, and I hear my husband in there after they left. I hear him in there trying to coax them out of the room, trying to let them know that, hey, he's gone, and slowly
Right.
they'll come out and snoop around and look. And we've got the door to the guest room open so they can see that he's not in there. And then, but sometimes my husband will have to pick our one. She's a tuxedo cat. Her name's Mittens. He'll have to pick her up and carry her out into the living area. We have a open concept living, dining, kitchen area, and he'll carry her out there, and sometimes she'll run back into the bedroom like she's worried he's still here. And if somebody comes in the house that they don't know, they're gone. You know, like my grandkids, they know my grandkids, so when they're here, they're not bothered. You know, my son
Hmm.
Mike's in here, and they're, uh, you know, especially Mittens, she'll climb up on the chair and want to be pet.
They're chatting amongst themselves in the chat too.
See that? I
I'm
see
trying
that.
to I'm trying to catch up.
But anyway, getting back to all of this,
Mm.
with David and Talitha and uh, Nicole and Ashley. Um, is there anything else? I mean, I just want people to spread the word. I want to ask everybody who's still on here to please share this podcast with everybody you know.
Absolutely.
Hopefully, it will result in some new leads and possibly some kind of answers for us and for your case that with
Ash,
Ashley.
my Ashley.
Right, your Ashley.
And if everybody, well, I think those who've stayed on for we've been on here for about 4.5 hours.
Oh my Lord, I know it's 11:30. I was gonna make a streusel when I got off of here. That's not happening. That'll
I
wait
know.
till
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna grab something to eat and take it. I'm gonna take it into the bedroom with me. But and for my email and Kim's email has been running across the bottom of the screen tonight.
yes.
So, and of course the
If
chat will stay on, and anybody listening who's made it to this far into the video, again, feel free to comment, feel free
we
to
lost,
leave your
we got
questions.
very we started getting off track, and so they just said, "I'm leaving. I'm out."
Well, actually, we've had a steady 15 to 18 listening, so we've held somebody's attention, but it's okay every now and then to get off the important stuff.
This podcast has been amazing, and we definitely learned a lot of new information. But there is so much details and story here that you can't sit down on one night and get it all in one sitting. I agree with you, Lacey.
Right.
I
And
mean,
then,
this has been a accumulation over time. I looked back at my first text from you, and that was on the 11th of January.
who, me?
Yeah. So
Okay.
we've been compiling all of this, at least on my end, since the 11th of January. That was the first
Right.
time you and I spoke.
And then, for people who listen, especially in a long podcast like this with all the information, if you're a listener like I am, I can't listen just one time.
Right. I'll have to go
I
back and listen to this
I will
myself.
go back and listen and listen and listen. And I know that I have watched the interrogation videos in Ashley Garth's case a good 8 to 10 times a piece. And
That's what I
um,
wanted to ask that girl that was on here about the one whose husband is oh, I guess they wouldn't be able to get that probably.
Ivy Push,
Um,
Ivy Push, the
to
prison
get
guard.
to see if they can. I would love to see if somebody could get me the interrogation videos of Ashley and this guy Bill, whatever they did. I need to see what happened during the
Thank
investigation.
you. Thank you, Cherie. Cherie just dropped the link to the podcast, The Vanish, in here. I recommend anybody interested in this case definitely go listen to that.
Yes. That it was a lot more fresh back then in our minds, but we didn't get to discuss as much because it was only an hour. And I do believe that they also, cut and edited stuff before it was actually put out, because there was a lot more to it than what was said on there.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, and I have to like, you know, me and Dee have talked a lot about this case. Me and Cherie have talked about it, and but Shadow has done her due diligence. I have to give major credit to her. And I've said it several times on several of my lives. She is um, somebody that I can rely on and say, like, if I get a phone call or a message, and for example, if I'm at work or I'm working on something else, I
Mhm.
can text her and say, "Hey, can you look this up and get this for me, or can you find this out?" And she's been fantastic, and she's really good. I go to work I get up at 3 o'clock in the morning and I clock in at 5. And I know that before my first break, I'll have a text message from her and she'll say, "What do you need me to do today?"
Right.
So she has been amazing at work looking in to all of the connections in your brother's case. And if,
And I do want to say thank you to everyone who contributed to all of this. And I just, I just want to put this out there. The biggest thing I need, like I heard in that news piece that they said they had investigated 130 some uh, leads. Well, they never told me that they ever got one lead. And every time I talk to him, no, we haven't gotten anything new. Nope, 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 no leads, no leads, no leads, no leads. Nothing's coming in. Nope, nobody's and then they go on TV and lie and say that, yeah, we're following up on all these leads.
yeah,
You
I just can't believe that they've not even contacted you to say, "Hey, the case has even changed hands from one detective to another."
No, I found that
Mm.
out when I called Kendall about something else. That's when he told me that it had been, that it was now a cold case and that had been turned over to Rector because Kendall had been promoted. Kendall
Hmm.
was still the lead or still the lead detective on it or whatever, but I always thought that Holman was the lead detective. He was the head honcho there when this case happened. He was the one that was in charge of all the other detectives. So I figured he's the lead detective, and he's the one that was talking to me most of the time.
Well,
Um,
you could get lucky and reach out to the new guy. What is his name? Rector?
yeah, R
And,
T O R.
and um, approach him in a friendly manner, and give him the benefit of the doubt to see if he now, after all these years, now if it's been an established cold case, maybe he would be willing to share a lot more information with you.
Here's another thing I wanted to say. I did reach out to the national media and tried to get them to, put something out there about my brother, because I
Mhm.
felt like it was like a nationwide thing because he was on his way from Indiana to Florida. You know, um, this this were this should have been covered along several states. You know, there's Kentucky, Tennessee, and Georgia between Florida and Indiana. You know,
Right.
that's a total of 5 states that should have been carrying this story, at least at the minimum. I felt like it was a national. Uh, it should have been broadcast nationally, like the Lauren Spears case and those, the Holloway case. I understand that my brother's not some young, beautiful blonde. He's some guy that's got a bald head and a bunch of tattoos. You know, he's not a very appealing person to a lot of people, but he's still somebody's brother. He's still somebody's father. He's still somebody's husband. He's still somebody's child. He's still somebody's
Right.
grandfather. He's all of these things to all these people. and he matters just as much as anybody else.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
And it should get the same attention as everybody else. I get it if there's a baby or a child that's been abducted, that should probably be a priority because they're completely defenseless.
Well, I mean, I think in any missing persons case, I mean, it should be a priority for anyone within at least the first week. You know
Right.
what I mean?
And see,
Keep it circulating. Keep it. You did, yeah, and well, yeah, you did. But once they, but that's what made the case even more interesting, or more. It should have made it more of a priority because now they've realized, okay, we've got time. We have to make up for all this time,
right,
and um, and at some point, you know, they picked up his motorcycle
right.
that was sitting
I
on
would
the
really,
side of the
I would
road.
really
Did
like,
they not?
I would really like for you to reach out to Julie Wise and
Mhm.
possibly do another podcast because um, she has a lot of information that I've forgotten. She was there, boots to the ground, when all of this happened. She was my biggest advocate in this whole thing from the beginning. She went and did searches. She went and talked to people. She did her own investigating. She came to Lafayette. Anywhere I asked her to search, she was there. And she had cadaver dogs with her. So,
Wow.
yeah, yeah.
Eric's back, and
Hey, Eric.
we're about to be hopping off.
Yeah. Um,
Um, uh, Shadow says absolutely right. Every missing person case needs to be brought out in public. I never knew about this case until a month or so ago.
yeah.
Yeah.
On
Well, guys.
the anniversary of his disappearance, I called the TV station and tried to get them to rerun his story, and they didn't do it. They did not do it. They said they would, but they did not.
Maybe now we can hopefully maybe spark some interest, and I will contact Miss Wise again,
Okay.
and hopefully maybe this time around we can generate some new interest in it.
And maybe
And
leads and somebody will speak up. That's what we need
yeah,
is we need somebody who knows something to speak up.
yep,
Stop being afraid. Life is short. God
it
knows
is
I know how short life is because 62 years has flown by in an instant. But
right. Oh yeah,
but we have to stand up for our fellow man.
yeah. Under your scars, thank you for your support and for always being here and for all of the good stuff that you send me. And I'll definitely check out the those links that you sent, and any of the ones about the cold case I will send on to Kim as well.
Okay, awesome. But yeah, she came there anywhere I asked her, and then there was another lady too. I can't remember her name right now. She was kind of a psychic. She claimed to be kind of a psychic, but she also went with me a few times and searched in different places for him. I did a search at that park, at that battleground park. I did a search there because I was told that he was cut up and scattered at Battleground Park on those trails.
And somewhere in one of those stories, the truth lies. You know what I mean?
I think
Somewhere.
it's pieces are facts. And
Yeah, I did too.
got to figure out how to put them all together.
Right.
Like
And that's what we've been trying to do. I mean, just pinning down one person outside of Valerie, which I think this Brian Phillips is probably he's one of them
uh-huh.
that's probably involved.
Dave Gray. I don't know if I don't really think that Brian Phillips was involved in, I think he knows, but I don't
Yeah.
think he was involved in the actual act because he was too emotional about David, about him being gone. I mean, he literally sat in front of me and
I wonder,
bawled.
well, I wonder then why, I wonder why then he would protect her, especially now that she's not here.
He's in prison. I don't think he even knows that she's not here.
Do you know what prison he's in?
I don't, but I can try to find out.
Well, Shadow will get it. I'll have that information by tomorrow morning, I'm sure. um,
But
all right, guys,
I could be
we
totally
got
wrong,
to,
but that's what I believe.
well, if he is, we'll find it. Donna Serafina would, but she's had some shit going on, so I'm not sure if we're feeling up to it. Um,
She would what?
I don't know. I think she must, I think she's either, Under Your Scars. Is that a psychic or is that a missing persons advocate?
No, she claimed to be a psychic, and she was deaf. That was really odd. It was she always had to have her daughter with her to communicate with me. Um,
Mm.
yeah, so I can't really remember what her name was because it's been several years, and I've been put under. And after I had my first heart surgery, my memory's kind of a little foggy sometimes in certain things. Like I couldn't remember Julie Wise's her name. I had to look on our messages back and forth to be able to remember her name. But
Well, I think you're pretty good on the uptake, so you,
thank
you're
you,
doing
lady.
pretty good.
I love you, girl.
Yes, Lacey said David is very blessed to have a sister that has never given up on him. It's such a good feeling to have a Kim in your life that will go above and beyond for you. Yeah.
Always. That's
Donna.
my family.
Yeah.
Psych.
Yeah. Donna Serafina is a psychic. She's and she said she's 90% accurate. She has 90% accuracy. Message her, Kim.
Okay, what was her name again? Donna
Um,
Serafina or something like that.
yes, Donna Serafina. And
On
she's
Facebook.
and she said that she knew Daybell Vallows, where she knew where the Daybell and Vallow kids area 4 months before law enforcement.
Wow.
Lori Vallow and
I know who they're
Chad
talking
Daybell.
about. I know
Yeah.
exactly who they're talking about. I actually lived in that town where those kids were, Rexburg, Idaho.
Oh gosh.
I went to elementary school there when I first moved out to Idaho from Indiana. When I was 11, that was where I went to school, was in Rexburg, Idaho, where those kids were. Actually, I think they were in St. Anthony, which is the next town over. Now that I think about it. Oh,
She's
thank you.
gonna send.
Send me the
She'll send
link.
it. I'll send them to you, Kim.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, she said that they ignored her when she told them about where the kids were. So. All right, guys. Well, we're gonna hop off here, and I'm gonna go get some food.
Thank you guys so much. Yes, get some food and get some rest, and enjoy your Sunday tomorrow. Hopefully,
Well,
it's a Sunday fun day.
it's going to be for me. Here she is.
Um,
Here's Shadow, who's in prison that we need to find out which prison they're in. I missed the name.
Phillips, Brian
Brian
Phillips.
Phillips. So you don't
And
have to do that.
Also, his wife, her name is
Is it Rhonda? What is her name?
Rhonda Head. Thank you.
All right. Well, Shadow texted me.
Sure they know what went on because she was there at their house that night. I mean, the night she was there the night before he went missing, and she was there that day, and she was there after that quite a bit. So I'm sure they were all talking about it.
You're welcome, Cherie.
Thank you.
Cherie, we're on for Monday night. The link's already up. It's at 7, like normal. Shadow, I know you will. All
Good
right,
night,
guys.
Charlotte. Thank you
All
again.
right.
Thank all of you again so much. I appreciate it more than you know.
Aren't you glad we did this?
Absolutely. I'm so
Yeah, I
glad.
think it's been really good.
I was a little nervous about it. I don't know why. Because I'm
Yeah.
not a shy person at all.
Oh no, you did great. So I thought this was really good. And I think that once people come in on the replay, I'm hoping that we get some people who ask some questions or
Yeah.
and you can, once we get off here, you'll be able to look it up on YouTube and you should be able at the bottom to
Mhm.
see the comments. But the comments are going to go as the video goes. So
Right.
when
I
you
got
click on comments, you're not going to be able to see all of them. But what you want to do is go to the end of the video, pause it, and then scroll through all the comments.
I got
So
you. I
that'll
got
help.
you. That's good to know.
You're
And
you're
I'll be
welcome, Eric.
sharing it.
Yep.
I'm gonna flood Facebook with this and TikTok
Sweet. All right.
because
Well, I will.
I want this to get out, and I am gonna do what you said, and I'm gonna reach out to some of these billboard companies and see what I can do about getting his picture up and getting this out again.
That's a good idea. And I would contact the new guy in charge as well. See if you can get anywhere with him.
And I asked Eric to also go in and try to get a hold of Holman or ask for Detective Rector, and try to find out, where they're at, what they're doing. Is there any way, since it's been so long, that we can get any of this information released to us?
Right.
Because it's a cold case. We need to get some. We should have the right as his family to know what they know, and then be able to try to get someone else other than them, since they can't seem to get any further information. We should be able to get someone else to be able to go into this and investigate all this stuff.
Right, or at least at least see if they even have a cold case team that the case could be given to.
That's what they claim, that this Detective Rector is on the cold case team. And that's why I had such hope when they first told me that that it had been turned over to him. I thought, good, we're getting some fresh eyes on it. Maybe something will happen.
Right.
He totally dropped the ball. He's not been in contact with me. Unless I get a hold of him, he's not in contact with me at all.
Well, I would be getting a hold of him.
Another thing I wanted to say, Valerie told me about maybe a year before she died that Holman and Kendall tried to get her to sign a paper, some kind of an agreement that they were not allowed to tell me anything. This is what makes me think they're dirty. Why would they? I was the only one that was going in there and talking to them, that was trying to do anything about this case, and they didn't want to talk to me. In fact,
I wonder if that's even a legal thing they can do.
Kendall even made the comment to me, how do I know you're not the one that got rid of him?
He made that comment to you?
Oh, yeah. He absolutely did. When I was up in Indiana, up there doing that search.
Eric, Eric says they should have to tell me. They don't. That's the problem. They don't. And I think there's a fine line between, regardless of whether it's a cold case or not. I think some departments would consider a cold case still an active open case. to where releasing information, they're going to use the excuse it's going to be detrimental to the investigation. Then some other departments
So it's not
will will
information.
will share other departments will share information free flowingly, knowing that it could help generate leads.
They've already told
But
me though that they haven't. They did not share any information with Edinburgh. Edinburgh didn't share any information with them or Franklin.
well, you can't work on a case like
Even
that. You just can't.
even the city police, the county police, the sheriff's office, none of them were sharing this information with each other. They weren't
Well,
interested.
if the front door is not
myself, and they told me it's not our case.
well, if the front door is not talking to the back door, then how do you know what's going on inside? I mean,
But yet, they've got local, state, and federal. No, they don't. He's a liar. When he said that, that was a lie.
well,
and you'll hear it in the podcast when they're talking to him at the end. He's nothing but a liar. I don't believe anything he says anymore because
I wouldn't. Well, I would attempt again. And if Eric can, if Eric goes in there, maybe Eric could. If you've never met this rector, I would go in and even, huh?
I said maybe he's not as abrasive as I am because I have no filter.
Well, if he's going to go in there personally, then I would try to start out with giving them I mean, I know to bite the bullet, it sucks when it's been so long, but you always get more out of sugar than you do out of spice.
I know.
So walk in and be friendly and see if you can sweet talk your way into getting some more information. And sometimes, I'm a in writing type person. Everything that I do has to be in writing. That way I have, receipts. And it's also, writing. So like for you, Kim, being in Florida, email, and that way you've got a record of what you asked, what you sent, and you got a record of the response. And
Right.
over time,
that's why I text with them.
Yeah.
Because I get a million emails a day. And it's mostly junk mail, but I get them and I have to go in and clean my email out every couple of months to just get rid of all the crap that comes in there. But so I do everything in text. And then I can
I do everything in writing as well. Just
right. I get you. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe he can go in there and sweet talk him and maybe get somewhere, but I doubt it. I mean, why are they going to treat him any differently? Because in the beginning, I was very nice to them in the beginning, but when they started throwing up roadblocks and smoke screens, then I got upset. And then they saw the real me come out. My mom always said, you'll catch more flies with honey than with vinegar. But I tried the honey and it didn't work. And then I got tough because I was fighting for my family.
Mm-hmm.
I was fighting for me, for my brother, for my niece, my nephew, my nieces, my nephew, his mother, his grandkids. Right. I was fighting for all of us. My other siblings, my brother Tim, who grew up with me, and my sister, and he was only 11 months younger than me, so he remembered everything just like I did, of when David was a kid and he was adopted out and all that. We went through it together, and he died not knowing what happened to our brother.
Oh, that's too bad. No, that's awful. And
did you read that?
Yes. They don't like my last name at all. And I'm like my dad in the sense I ride a bike and I don't trust them. They look at me like they do my dad.
Yeah, and they have no reason to look down on David. No reason. He was a hard working man. I don't know Brian Phillips' middle initial. He's he has a Facebook page. Let me see what I can find. I haven't been on it in years. There it is. It just says Brian Phillips, and it says he went to Las Vegas High School. He's from Las Vegas, Nevada. He was born September 7th, 1968.
If he's telling the truth. Is he that old?
That's why her name is different, because they are not married, him and Rhonda.
Is he that old?
1968? Yeah, I would say so.
68. Okay.
Definitely. Huh. I want to see when the last time he was on his page was.
D-Bell just said that he's in Westville.
So the last time he posted anything was September 4th, 2017.
If he's in Westville, I got him.
Okay.
Yep. 968 Westville Correctional Facility. There you go, Shadow. Thank you, Dee. Thank you, Shadow.
Thank you.
Shadow knows what's up. We'll
Got it together.
Yeah. All right, guys. Well, we need to hop off here. I am starving. My stomach is growling.
I'm hungry too. Oh my God, we've been on for almost 5 hours. Okay.
Yes, we have. That's okay.
All right.
I'm going to write that down really fast. Thanks, Dee. 226590. Okay. All right. All right, guys. Thanks for joining.
Love you, Eric. Thank you for coming on. I'll talk to you soon. Hopefully we'll get something done here.
All right. Well, Kim, I will talk to you later. I'll send you a text, and then I'm going to send you some of these links tomorrow that I got from everybody. Okay.
Okay. I really appreciate it.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Good night.